Welcome, traveler. Before we begin, take a moment to get comfortable. Let your body settle and allow the world around you to grow quiet. Tonight, you are about to descend beneath the frontier kingdom of Valemarch, where a simple goblin extermination mission will uncover something far greater hidden beneath the earth. So relax, close your eyes, and let the rain carry you into the darkness below. Your journey begins now. Rain follows you north for 3 days before the road finally gives up. Beyond the last stone marker of Valemarch, the King's Road becomes 2 muddy wheel ruts winding between dark pines. The land rises gradually toward the bracken wall, a long ridge of broken mountains forming the kingdom's northern boundary. Their slopes disappear into low cloud, streaked with old snow despite the mild season below. You have traveled this way before, though never with so many people. 47 soldiers march around you in loose formation. Chain shirts disappear beneath boiled leather and rain-darkened cloaks. Spears rise above the column like a moving thicket. 4 pack mules carry rope, lamp oil, dried provisions, spare weapons, medical supplies, and enough iron spikes to fortify a small keep. At the head rides Captain Garin Vale, broad across the shoulders and uncomfortable on horseback. His helmet hangs from the saddle because he complains that rain sounds like pebbles when it strikes the metal. Behind him walks Brother Cal of the Ashen Temple, carrying a staff capped with a pale quartz lantern stone. The stone gives no light now. Underground, it will glow for perhaps 6 hours before needing a full day beneath the sun to recover. 6 hours. You had advised bringing more ordinary lamps. The quartermaster had advised the same. Captain Vale had brought 30. No one expected to need them long. The official report called the place a den. 3 charcoal burners had vanished near the abandoned Redwater mine. A shepherd later found goblin tracks in the mud beside an old drainage stream. 2 nights after that, something attacked a farmstead farther south, killing the farmer and carrying away his eldest son. A patrol followed the tracks to the mine entrance. They found bones outside. Then they found a wooden barricade 50 paces inside the tunnel and heard voices beyond it. That was enough. Valemarch has learned expensive lessons about leaving goblins near settled land. Small camps become warrens. Warrens become raiding nests. Livestock disappears first, then travelers. Eventually, doors begin opening in the night. You grew up in country, where every house kept shutters strong enough to hold against a hooked blade. Your mother used to hang 3 little bronze bells from the goat fence, not because bells would stop anything, but because a few seconds of warning mattered. When Captain Vale asked you to join the expedition, the purpose had seemed sensible. Find the side tunnels, track anything that fled, make certain the nest was actually empty before the soldiers returned home. 3 days underground, perhaps 4, then back south before the autumn rains worsened. The column reaches the abandoned mining settlement shortly after noon. Redwater is hardly a village anymore. 7 roofless cottages lean toward a flooded lane. Brambles swallow a collapsed stable. The old smelting shed still stands beside the creek, though half its stone chimney has fallen through the roof. The mine entrance waits beyond it. Even from a distance, you notice the tracks. You raise a hand. Sergeant Lysa Marin sees the motion and whistles once through her teeth. The column stops. Captain Vale turns in the saddle. What? You crouch beside the road. Mud has been churned near the creek crossing. Too badly churned. Most soldiers see footprints as marks. You see direction, weight, hesitation, age. A goblin foot is narrow at the heel and broad across the front, with 4 clawed toes. Even when wrapped in leather, the shape is difficult to hide. There are dozens here, perhaps more. Several sets lead toward the mine, carrying heavy loads. Heel depth suggests sacks or baskets. Others leave the tunnel and branch into the woods. You move toward the creek. Rainwater has softened the ground, but one set of impressions remains beneath the overhang of a broken cart. Small feet, a long drag mark, another pair beside them, then boot prints, human boots. You look toward the mine. Sergeant Marin has followed. Captives, she asks. Possibly. The captain dismounts. How many goblins? Can't tell. More than 20. Yes, more than 50. You straighten. Probably. Vale watches the muddy ground, as though numbers might appear if he stares long enough. The expedition was assembled for a larger nest than that, but his expression still changes. How old? Some this morning, others yesterday, plenty older. Marin spits rainwater from her lip. So they know we're coming. They knew someone was coming. Behind you, men begin loosening swords in their scabbards. Captain Vale orders the camp made inside the smelting shed, rather than the ruined cottages. No fires are permitted until scouts check the surrounding woods. You take 2 border guards with you. Tomas Wren is younger than you by several years and has the irritating habit of stepping exactly where you intend to step. He has served 6 months on the frontier and believes this qualifies him to complain about city-born soldiers. The second scout is Haven, an older trapper who spent most of his life hunting marsh deer and occasionally forgets that military discipline applies to him. The 3 of you circle the settlement. Goblin's sign appears everywhere. Not hidden. That bothers you. You find 3 snare lines stripped of their catches. A pine trunk has been marked with crude charcoal symbols. Someone has dug edible white-root bulbs from the slope near the creek. At the eastern edge of the ruins, you discover a shallow pit filled with gray ash. Haven kneels beside it, cooking fire. You touch the ash. Cold. A greasy black fragment sits near the edge. You lift it with the point of your knife. mushroom cap, not one you recognize from the surface. Tomas squints. They brought food out of the mine. Seems so. Why? Haven scratches his beard. Maybe they like rain. No one laughs. You continue uphill until you reach a rocky shelf overlooking Redwater. From there, the mine opening looks small. A dark rectangle cut into the mountain beneath a sagging timber frame. A few soldiers move nearby, unloading the mules. Beyond them lie miles of forest. And beyond the forest, scattered farms and watchtowers mark the edge of inhabited Valemarch. You should be able to look at those distant roofs and feel close to civilization. Instead, your attention keeps returning to the mine. Too much traffic, too much food moving inward, too much movement outward. A den should forage around its territory. It should leave refuse, butchered animals, camps, lookouts. This place feels less like a settlement than a road. You return before dusk. Captain Vale listens to your report while eating cold sausage from the point of his knife. Could be a deeper warren. Could be. How deep was Redwater? Quartermaster Bren answers from beside the supply ledger. Original shafts went down 600 feet. Maybe more. Records burned when the old counting house caught fire. Wonderful. Brother Cal sits on an overturned ore cart, polishing his lantern stone with wool. They stopped mining because of flooding, didn't they? Bren nods. Flooding and bad air. Bad air kills goblins too. Haven gives him a sideways glance. Not always. Everyone looks at him. The trapper shrugs. Some underground breeds tolerate foul places better than people. Captain Vale wipes his knife clean. We go in at first light. You study the entrance. If they know we're here, they'll have the night to prepare. They already know we're here. That's my point. Vale considers this. Marin leans against a timber post. You suggesting we go now? No. Several soldiers relax. You continue. I'm suggesting we don't go through the front exactly the way they're expecting. Vale looks toward you. There's another entrance. Not that I've found. Then we have one door. For now, you ask for 4 men and 2 hours. The captain gives you 6 men and 1. You spend the remaining daylight following Redwater Creek uphill, where it tumbles down from a limestone cleft. Mines need drainage. Old miners preferred gravity when they could get it. Half a mile above the settlement, you find the remains of a stone-lined channel, almost buried beneath fern and moss. You follow it toward the mountain. The channel disappears beneath a rockfall. Tomas begins grinning. No, you haven't said anything yet. That's your grin when you're about to make me crawl into something. I don't have a grin. Haven snorts. You do. It takes 20 minutes to clear enough loose stone to expose a narrow opening. Cold air breathes from within. Not much. Enough. You lie flat and shine a hooded lamp inside. The passage is barely shoulder wide and partially flooded. Iron braces vanish into darkness. An old drainage adit. It may connect with the mine. It may collapse 10 yards in. It may descend into a sump and drown anyone foolish enough to enter. You mark the location. By the time you return, the light has faded from the valley. Captain Vale studies the rough map you draw in charcoal on the back of a flour invoice. Could put a second group through here. Maybe I need to know where it goes first. Tomorrow, you nod. I'll take 3. Take 5. 5 makes more noise. 4, you almost argue. Then you accept. The expedition sleeps in shifts. Rain drums softly on the smelting shed roof. The old stone walls smell of soot and damp iron. You lie beneath your cloak near the western wall, with your boots still on and your pack beneath your head. Around midnight, the sentry changes. Near dawn, you wake because someone is breathing differently. Not close. Across the shed, a soldier mutters in his sleep. Nothing else. You remain still for another minute. Then you hear it. A faint metallic tap outside. Once, silence. Another. You rise. Sergeant Marin is already awake. The sentry near the entrance looks back at you as you approach. What is it? You point toward the ruined lane. He listens. Another tap. Stone against iron. You slip outside with Marin and 3 guards. The rain has stopped. Mist lies close to the ground. Nothing moves between the cottages. You step around the smelting shed. One of the supply mules stands strangely still beside the wall. You smell blood before you reach it. A thin dart protrudes from the animal's neck. Its knees fold. Marin catches the bridle as the mule sinks without making much sound. Poison. You scan the darkness. A second dart strikes the stone beside your head. You drop. Cover. The guards crouch behind the wall. Movement flickers near the ruined cottages. Small figures. Gone immediately. Marin raises her crossbow. How many? Don't shoot. She looks at you. You see them. No. Exactly. A third dart clicks against the chimney. The goblins want a response. Torches. Movement. People running into open ground. Instead, the soldiers remain behind stone. Nothing follows. After several minutes, the shadows retreat. At dawn you find 11 sets of tracks. The goblins approached from 3 directions, fired perhaps 6 darts, then withdrew through the woods. 1 mule is dead. No soldiers are injured. Captain Vale calls it an unsuccessful attack. You call it reconnaissance. No one argues when you say so. The expedition enters Redwater Mine an hour later. Vale divides the party into 3 groups. Sergeant Marin takes the main force through the mine entrance. You lead a smaller scouting unit through the drainage adit to determine whether it connects farther inside. Brother Cal stays with the main column. Quartermaster Bren protests, until Vale points out that someone must count supplies if the captain intends to lose them efficiently. The joke improves morale more than it deserves to. Your group includes Tomas, Haven, a shieldman named Edric, and a quiet spearman called Noel. The drainage tunnel is worse than expected. Cold water reaches your knees almost immediately. The ceiling forces Edric to remove his shield and drag it behind him. Rusting brackets line the walls where a wooden walkway once ran above the channel. You move slowly. Every 20 paces, you pause and listen. Water, boots, breathing, nothing else. After nearly 200 yards, the passage widens enough to stand comfortably. Haven raises his lamp. The walls change. Pick marks disappear. Stone becomes smooth. You touch it. Not natural. The surface has been shaped into fitted blocks, so tightly joined that your fingernail cannot find the seam. Tomas whispers, "Miners." No, Valemarch miners use rough stone, timber braces, brick where necessary. This workmanship belongs to someone else. Edric studies a worn carving above the drainage channel, a bearded face beneath a square crown. Dwarven. Haven nods. Old. Everyone in Valemarch knows the dwarves once held kingdoms beneath the bracken wall. Most disappeared centuries ago during the deep fever, when mines closed and entire underground halls were abandoned. Some ruins remain near the surface. Nothing this large has been documented beneath Redwater. The drainage adit joins a corridor wide enough for 2 wagons to pass. A gutter runs along either side. Darkness stretches in both directions. You crouch. The floor is covered in tracks. Goblin tracks. Hundreds. Some recent, others overlapping, until individual prints vanish into a continuous smear. Tomas stops joking. You extinguish one of the lamps. From here, quiet. The corridor slopes downward. You follow it toward the distant smell of smoke. Soon you find scraps of charcoal, broken mushroom stalks, a coil of twisted fiber rope, and a clay token stamped with a crude symbol. Farther on, the old dwarven stone is patched with newer work. Timber, mud brick, iron braces hammered without care for appearance, but with obvious understanding of weight. Goblin repairs, not temporary ones. At a junction, you stop. One route contains heavy foot traffic. Another has wagon ruts. The third rises gently toward the mine. You choose the rising passage. A quarter-mile later, you hear fighting. Distant at first, steel ringing against stone. Shouting, then a horn. Not a Valemarch horn. 3 low notes roll through the tunnels. Your group freezes. Another horn answers, somewhere much deeper. Then another. Tomas looks at you. That doesn't sound like a den. No. You move faster. The passage, eventually, meets a broken ore tunnel. Torchlight flickers ahead. Voices echo. Valemarch voices. You emerge behind Sergeant Marin's column. Several soldiers nearly put spears through you before recognizing the cloaks. Captain Vale pushes forward. You found a route. A road. He looks past you. What? An old dwarven road. Goblins are using it heavily. A body lies behind him. One of the infantrymen. A spear wound beneath the arm. Two others are sitting against the tunnel wall, while Brother Cal binds injuries. What happened? Barricade, Marin says. Then they pulled back. Captain Vale gestures toward the passage ahead. The goblin barricade has been built across a narrow bridge, spanning an old mine shaft. Bodies lie near it. 6 goblins, maybe 7. 1 human. They weren't trying to hold us, you say. Vale frowns. They lost 6. They left before they had to. Marin studies the darkness beyond the bridge. They slowed us. You kneel beside one of the goblins. Leather armor, iron cap, spear, better equipment than raiders normally carry. A small wooden whistle hangs from its neck. Another has a clay token matching the one you found. You search the belt. Dried fungus, a little knife, then a flat piece of slate scratched with lines. You angle it toward the lamp. Tunnels, a simple map. Several intersections have marks beside them. Captain Vale kneels beside you. Can you read it? Not the writing, but the roots. You compare the slate with the junctions you crossed. One line likely represents the dwarven road. Another climbs toward Redwater. A third descends. Many more disappear beyond the edge. The map does not concern you as much as the small marks. Tiny circles at repeated intervals. Posts, you say. What? Maybe guard posts. Marin crouches on your other side. How many? You count. 12 shown. Captain Vale takes the slate. This could cover miles. You look toward the tunnel. Probably does. For the first time since leaving the King's Road, the expedition pauses without anyone being ordered to. The men are beginning to understand that the report from Redwater was wrong. Still, wrong reports are common on the frontier. Nests are larger than expected. Tunnels go farther. Enemies gather. None of that means the mission cannot succeed. Captain Vale makes the decisions soldiers usually make. When uncertainty offers no useful alternative, you continue. Beyond the bridge, the mine becomes a maze of old workings. The goblins have removed many of the original support beams and replaced them with stone columns. Side chambers contain baskets of dried mushrooms, bundles of black reeds, barrels of water, piles of charcoal, not hidden caches, stored provisions. You pass a chamber with sleeping mats arranged in orderly rows. Another contains racks for spears. A third has an iron bell hanging beside a tunnel, descending into darkness. Every discovery makes the scale harder to ignore. After 3 hours, Redwater Mine should have run out. Instead, the passages become larger. The air becomes warmer, more humid, and somewhere ahead, you begin hearing something that cannot possibly belong inside a mountain. Wind, the column, reaches a stone arch late in the day. Beyond it, the tunnel ends, not at a wall, at emptiness. Captain Vale raises his hand. The soldiers gather carefully near the opening. You move forward beside Marin. At first your lamp illuminates only a narrow ledge. Then your eyes adjust. The ceiling is gone, or seems to be. A cavern stretches beyond the limit of the light, so vast that the far wall cannot be seen. Hundreds of feet below, pale blue fungus glows across the ground in irregular fields, giving the darkness a dim imitation of moonlight. A river winds through the cavern, not a stream, a river broad enough to carry barges. Along its banks stand clusters of low buildings. Roads connect them, actual roads, straight lines cut through cultivated fungus fields, divided by stone walls. Tiny lights move along those roads. Hundreds, perhaps thousands. Tomas comes to the ledge and forgets to whisper. Gods, no one corrects him. Far in the distance, partly obscured by a column of natural stone, lights climb upward in rows. You realize they are windows. A settlement has been built into the cavern wall, tier above tier. Bridges connect towers carved from rock. Orange furnace light glows beneath squat chimneys. Something large moves across a suspended bridge, pulled by a line of animals you cannot identify. Then a horn sounds below. One deep note. Another answers from farther away. Then another. The signals travel across the cavern until the darkness itself seems to speak. Captain Vale stands beside you without moving. What are we looking at? Brother Cal slowly covers his lantern stone with both hands, as though its faint glow suddenly feels dangerous. You look down at the roads, at the farms, at the river, at the organized movement of lights, then toward the tunnel behind you, where nearly 50 soldiers have followed a trail, expecting to find a cave. This isn't Redwater, you say. No one answers. A procession appears on the road below. Perhaps 30 goblins marching in 2 columns. They carry spears at matching angles. A standard hangs above them. Behind the soldiers roll 3 wagons. The same clay symbol you found earlier has been painted across their sides. Captain Vale studies the scene for a long time. We go back. Relief passes through the column, quietly but unmistakably. Then Sergeant Marin turns toward the tunnel from which you came. Her expression changes. You notice it a moment later. Smoke, a thin gray ribbon, curls along the ceiling. Not from your lamps, from behind you. You walk quickly back through the arch. The smell strengthens. Burning timber. Then comes a distant rumble. Stone grinding against stone. Dust trembles from the ceiling. Another rumble follows, longer than the first. The soldiers exchange looks. Captain Vale orders the column forward. You already know what you are going to find. The goblins did not retreat from the barricade because they had been defeated. They retreated because the soldiers had crossed exactly where they wanted them to. You reach the first major junction after several minutes. The passage toward Redwater is filled with dust. Beyond it lies a wall of broken rock. The ceiling has been collapsed. Men rush forward and begin pulling loose stones away. You stop them. Captain Vale sees why. A second crack echoes somewhere above. The roof shifts. More rebel falls. Back, he orders. Everyone withdraws. Silence returns. The route to Redwater is gone. Marin looks at you. The drainage tunnel. You lead them toward it. No one speaks on the way. When you reach the Dwarven Road, you find smoke drifting from that direction too. Then the smell of pitch. Haven mutters something unpleasant. You reach the drainage junction. Fire burns inside it. Goblin workers have packed the narrow passage with timber and oil-soaked fungus cloth. Flames crawl along the ceiling, drawing air through the shaft like a chimney. No one could crawl through without choking or burning. Edric kicks the stone wall. Brother Cal stares into the flames. Captain Vale says nothing for several seconds. Then he looks toward the old Dwarven Road, descending beneath the mountain. Other exits. You unfold your rough map. The answer matters enough that you take your time. Has to be. Has to. A settlement that size can't depend on one entrance. The river goes somewhere. Roads go somewhere. Air is moving through the cavern. Marin glances back toward the blocked passages. So we find another route. Captain Vale nods. We find another route. The order passes through the column. The expedition turns away from the surface. It feels wrong immediately. Every step takes you deeper. By nightfall, you make camp inside an abandoned dwarven storehouse overlooking the great cavern. No fires, no singing, no loud conversation. Men eat dried meat in darkness. The injured sleep near the wall. Brother Cal uses his lantern stone sparingly beneath a hooded cloth while checking wounds. You sit near the entrance with Haven and study the movements below. The roads remain active. Shift changes. Patrols. Supply wagons. Boats travel the river, carrying stacked crates. Lights continue, far beyond what you can see. Haven chews slowly. How many? You know what he means. I don't know. Thousands. At least. He stares into the cavern. Captain thinks we'll find another way out. There will be another way. You sound sure. Air has to come from somewhere. He nods. After a while, he says, "Didn't ask if we'd reach it." You say nothing. Below, a line of torches leaves one of the distant settlements. They follow the main road toward your position. You watch them for several minutes. Then another line appears behind the first, and another beyond that. Not workers, soldiers. They move with spacing. Formations. You return to the camp and wake Captain Vale. He crawls to the ledge with you. The two of you watch the lights approaching. How many? Maybe 200. His jaw tightens. Could be passing through. They weren't on that road an hour ago. He looks at you. You point farther across the cavern. Another set of lights moves along a second route. Then you show him a third. Separate columns, converging. The captain remains silent. Sergeant Marin joins you. She watches long enough to understand. They know we're here. Vale nods. Marin's voice stays quiet. Then we move now. Within minutes, the expedition is awake. Packs are tightened. Weapons checked. The wounded are helped to their feet. One man asks whether the goblins are coming. No one answers him directly. You lead the column away from the cavern and onto the old dwarven road. The passage descends in a broad spiral. Cart grooves worn into the stone show centuries of traffic. Some are ancient, others are fresh. Before leaving, you look back once toward the faint blue glow of the enormous cavern. The scale of it still refuses to settle comfortably in your mind. Farms beneath the earth, roads, settlements, military patrols, something organized enough to close 2 escape routes within hours of your arrival. Something that has already begun moving troops toward you. The extermination party entered Redwater Mine that morning, hunting goblins. Before the first day underground is finished, the difference between hunter and hunted has already begun to blur. The old dwarven road carries you downward for nearly 2 miles before Captain Vale allows the column to stop. The descent is gentle enough that the soldiers barely notice how much height they are losing. Only your ears tell you. Pressure builds slowly behind them, and the air becomes warmer until the damp wool beneath your armor begins sticking to your back. The road was built for wagons. That much is obvious. Broad drainage channels run along both sides, and every few hundred paces, a shallow alcove has been carved into the wall where carts once waited to let faster traffic pass. The goblins still use those alcoves. Fresh charcoal stains mark several. At one, you find a heel of dark bread lying beside a clay cup. You kneel. Tomas crouches beside you. How fresh. You press the bread between your fingers. Still soft. Hours. His hand moves toward his sword. You shake your head. Whoever ate here is long gone. More concerning are the small scratches cut into the wall beside the alcove. 5 lines, then another 5, then 3. Haven studies them, counting something, probably days. You look down the road. Could be patrols. That possibility follows you into the darkness. Captain Vale chooses an abandoned guardroom for the halt. A thick stone wall separates it from the road, and there are only 2 entrances. Marin puts soldiers at both, while Brother Cal tends the wounded. You check the party's numbers. 43 remain capable of walking without assistance. 2 need help. 1 man cannot put weight on his left leg. The dead from the bridge were left behind. No one says much about them. There was no time to carry bodies while the tunnels collapsed. Quartermaster Bren opens his ledger. Beneath the weak glow of Cal's lantern stone. Food for 7 days, if everyone eats properly. Captain Vale looks at him, and if everyone doesn't, 10, maybe 11. After that, we're eating mule. We've already lost one. The others are at Redwater. No one needs him to explain the problem. Most of the expedition's food entered the mine on soldiers' backs because pack animals could not manage the tunnels. But reserve flour, oil, salt meat, medical supplies, and most of the lamp oil remained near the surface. Vale rubs his beard. Water, enough for tonight. You interrupt. Don't ration water yet. Bren glances at you. I wasn't planning to. Good. A man can survive hunger. Deep underground, dehydration becomes dangerous faster than most soldiers expect. The air may feel damp, but that does not mean the water dripping from every wall is safe. Captain Vale looks at the slate map taken from the dead goblin. You think this road reaches the river. Eventually, we follow it. Not directly. Vale waits. You point toward the doorway. This road is maintained. They use it. If they're looking for us, they'll watch it first. Marin nods. So we leave the road, where we can, into tunnels we don't know. Better than a tunnel they do. Captain Vale studies the map again. There is little argument he can make. The goblins have already demonstrated that they understand these passages better than anyone in the expedition. Vale folds the slate map inside a strip of cloth and hands it to you. Find us something. You take Tomas, Haven, and Noel. Marin insists on adding 2 more soldiers. This time, you do not object. 6 people can still move quietly if they understand how. You spend nearly an hour searching the road before finding what you want. A ventilation shaft. It begins behind a cracked stone grill half buried under mineral deposits. The opening is narrow, but beyond it, you can feel air moving against your cheek. Haven helps pry the grill loose. Behind it is a crawl space. Tomas looks at you. I knew it. You volunteered. I absolutely did not. You came because you keep walking away. The humor is quiet, but welcome. Noel goes first because he is the smallest. You follow. The shaft climbs gradually and then opens into a maintenance passage, running roughly parallel to the main road. No tracks, no torch soot. The stone floor is coated in pale dust that has not been disturbed in years. Perfect. You mark the entrance with a tiny scratch low on the wall. Then you lead the scouts deeper. The maintenance passage passes through a series of rooms once used to service the dwarven ventilation system. Great iron fans stand frozen inside circular chambers. Their blades are taller than a man and thick with rust. A vertical shaft rises above one. You hold your lamp beneath it. The flame bends sharply. Air is descending. You look upward. Darkness. Tomas whispers, surface. Maybe. Haven finds an iron ladder bolted into the wall. lower rungs have rusted through. You test one higher up. It holds. Could climb. How far? Noel asks. No idea. One of the soldiers, Corin, looks upward. We should try. You consider it. Cold air from above means connection to something, not necessarily the surface. A higher cavern could create the same draft. Still, it is the best clue you have found. We'll report it. You map the location carefully. Then you continue. Another half-mile brings you to a place where the maintenance corridor has partially collapsed. A gap remains near the ceiling, one person at a time. You crawl through. The other side smells different. Earth, rotting vegetation, something faintly sweet. Your lamp reveals roots. Real roots. Thin white strands have broken through cracks in the stone. Tomas touches one. Trees. Could be. Hope is dangerous when it arrives too quickly. The roots may come from vegetation, growing in an upper cavern. But you take note. The passage bends. Then light appears ahead. Not fire. A muted green glow. You cover your lamp and approach slowly. The corridor ends above another cavern, smaller than the first, but still enormous. The floor lies perhaps 50 feet below. A forest grows there. Not trees. Fungi. Columns of pale stalks rise 20 or 30 feet high, their caps broad as cottage roofs. Blue veins pulse faintly through some. Others shine green along their edges. Dense mats of smaller mushrooms cover the ground beneath them. Water drips steadily from the ceiling. Several shallow streams wind between the giant fungi. You smell wet soil. For the first time since entering Redwater, the underground world looks almost alive, rather than merely inhabited. Haven breathes out slowly. Well, Tomas peers over the ledge. What? I was going to say, I've seen everything. And I've reconsidered. You study the ground. Tracks are visible in patches of mud. Goblin. Animal. Something hoofed. A narrow path winds through the fungal forest, but it receives less traffic than the main roads. Most importantly, a stream flows northward through the cavern. You kneel beside the edge and listen. No voices, no armor, no horns. You return to the party. Captain Vale approves the route immediately. The wounded make the crawl space difficult. Edric has to remove sections of armor to squeeze through. 2 soldiers spend 10 minutes pushing another man's shield ahead of him because it wedges against the stone. The injured man, Pelin, nearly cannot pass at all. His leg is badly swollen from a spear wound near the knee. Brother Cal takes one look at the crawl space and shakes his head. He'll tear it open. Pelin hears him. I can crawl. Cal kneels. If that wound opens again, you'll lose more blood. I said I can crawl. Captain Vale looks toward you. You understand why. Leaving someone behind is not a decision officers like making aloud. There's room on the other side, you say. We can pull him. Pelin nods immediately. A rope goes around his chest. You crawl through first. Marin stays behind him. It takes almost 20 minutes. Pelin bites down on a folded strap and refuses to scream. When you finally drag him through, blood has soaked the bandage. Brother Cal works on him, beneath covered lamplight. No one complains about the delay, but everyone hears the distant horn that sounds while you wait. It comes from the main road. Then another answers farther behind. The goblins are searching. The expedition moves into the fungal forest. Travel becomes slower immediately. The ground is uneven and soft. Thick shelves of fungus grow from fallen stone, and tangled root-like fibers catch at boots. At least water is plentiful. You stop beside a clear stream. Before anyone drinks, you follow it upstream. No carcasses, no settlement, no discoloration. You fill a cup, smell it, taste a drop, slightly metallic, probably minerals. Haven finds small blind insects living beneath stones. Good sign. You allow the soldiers to refill their skins. Quartermaster Bren gives you a look of genuine affection. I could kiss you. You won't. Not even for water. No. Shame. The soldiers rest. A few wash blood from their hands. Someone discovers that the narrow red mushrooms growing near the stream taste like pepper. Haven tells him he is an idiot for eating unidentified fungus. The soldier points out that he is still alive. Haven responds that this is temporary for everyone. For half an hour, the cavern almost feels peaceful. There are sounds here that do not belong to war. Water, tiny wings, the soft popping of fungal caps, releasing clouds of luminous spores. Somewhere among the tall stalks, an animal makes a low croaking call. Brother Cal sits beside Pelin and changes his bandage again. You approach. How bad? Cal does not look up. He won't walk tomorrow. Pelin says, yes, I will. Cal tightens the bandage. Pelin hisses. You'll walk if you want, Cal says. Whether the leg comes with you is another question. You crouch. The flesh around the wound is already inflamed. Not badly infected yet, but underground wounds rarely stay clean. Cal has healing salts and silverleaf tincture. Enough for days, not weeks. You leave them and scout the perimeter. The cavern's glowing fungi make hiding difficult in some places and easy in others. Shadows gather thickly beneath the largest caps. Tracks reveal regular movement. Goblin farmers, perhaps. You find several places where fungi have been cut cleanly at the base. Basket marks, small footprints. This forest is harvested, not wild. You return to Captain Vale. We shouldn't stay. How soon? Now. The soldiers are tired. You can see Vale calculating. Weather fatigue is more dangerous than discovery. Then a faint bell rings somewhere across the cavern. Once, twice, 3 times. You hear splashing. everyone stands. Through the fungal trunks, dim orange lights appear. Lanterns. A group approaches along the stream. Not soldiers, at least not obviously. Goblin workers carry woven baskets on their backs. Several lead squat, hairless animals with curved horns and broad feet. There may be 15 goblins. Your expedition could kill them easily. Marin looks at Vale. Vale looks at you. You whisper, "Let them pass. They'll see our tracks." Then we hide the tracks. You send soldiers away from the stream. And beneath the giant fungi, boot marks in the wet soil are the problem. You and Haven work backward, brushing disturbed ground with bundles of fibrous moss. Not perfect. It does not need to be. The workers approach. The column hides. 45 people attempting silence is never truly silent. Armor shifts. Someone coughs into a sleeve. Pellin breathes through clenched teeth. The goblins come closer. You can hear their voices. Their language is harsh, but not chaotic. Short phrases, repeated responses. One of the horned animals stops. Sniff. You lie beneath a shelf fungus, less than 20 paces away. The animal turns its head. Its nostrils flare. A goblin tugs the lead rope. The creature resists. Your hand closes around your knife. Another tug. The animal takes a reluctant step. Then another. The workers continue. One goblin pauses beside the stream, where soldiers filled their water skins. Its lantern swings. Yellow light passes across the mud. Haven's brushing erased the obvious prints, but a trained tracker would notice. The goblin crouches. Your pulse becomes painfully clear in your ears. It touches the soil. Another worker calls from ahead. The goblin answers, then stands. It hurries after the others. No alarm. No horn. The lights disappear among the fungi. The column waits. 5 minutes. 10. Then Vale signals movement. No one speaks for nearly an hour. The lesson has settled over them. Fighting would have been easy. Fighting would also have told every military post in the region exactly where the expedition was. The fungal forest narrows toward its northern end. The stream enters a gorge between steep walls. Walking beside it becomes impossible. You climb an old maintenance stair cut into the rock. At the top, you find another dwarven corridor. This one is decorated. Carvings run along the walls. Rows of geometric patterns. Stone doors. Most have been broken open. Inside are small chambers containing empty shelves. A dwarven residential district, perhaps. Abandoned long ago. Captain Vale decides to rest there. The soldiers have been moving for nearly 18 hours. Even fear cannot keep exhausted people useful forever. You choose a chamber with only one entrance and no adjoining tunnels. Marin posts guards outside. Lamps are extinguished. Food is distributed. Cold oats soaked in water. Dried meat. A little cheese. No one likes it. Everyone eats. You take first watch. Tomas insists on joining you. You need sleep. So do you. I'm staying awake. Then I'll stay awake nearby. You stop arguing. The two of you sit behind a broken doorway, overlooking the corridor. For a long time, neither speaks. Eventually, Tomas whispers, "How far underground do you think we are?" "No idea." "Guess." 2 miles. He turns toward you. "Down. Maybe less." "That's not comforting." "You asked." He leans his head against the stone. "I had a girl tell me once she wanted to travel." You glance at him. "You're not going to tell me. She's waiting for you." "No, she married a cooper." "Good. Good. You don't need extra problems." He smiles faintly. "She wanted to see the southern sea." You wait. "Never understood why," he says. "Water all the way to the horizon. Seems wasteful. You've never seen it. Neither have you." "No." "What would you see?" The question catches you unexpectedly. Before you can answer, movement interrupts. Not sound. Air. A faint draft touches your face. You raise a hand. Tomas becomes still. The draft comes again. From behind. You turn. The chamber where the soldiers sleep appears unchanged. You step inside. Cold air moves through it. You follow the sensation toward the rear wall. A cracked relief covers the stone. Dwarven figures hold hammers beneath a mountain. One section has shifted slightly. You put your palm against the crack. Air. Captain Vale wakes when you touch his shoulder. Within minutes, several soldiers are examining the relief. Edric finds the mechanism. A worn stone lever, disguised as part of the carving. It takes 3 men to move. The wall grinds inward. Behind it is a narrow stair. Cold air flows down. Tomas grins. "Surface." You stop him. "Maybe." Captain Vale holds up a lamp. The stairs rise. That is enough. The expedition moves. Hope makes people careless. You keep reminding them to watch their footing. The stair climbs steeply for perhaps 500 steps, then levels. The air grows colder. Roots appear again, more than before, some as thick as your wrist. Edric laughs softly when he sees them. Trees. No one corrects him. The passage eventually ends at an iron door. Corrosion has fused the hinges. Men begin working with pry bars. You press your ear against the metal. Nothing. The gap around the frame breathes cold air. Vale stands beside you. If this opens outside, we don't know. You always do that. What? Remove the good part from everything. Usually. He almost smiles. Then the door shifts. Iron shrieks against stone. Everyone freezes at the noise. Too late. The soldiers force it wider. Beyond lies another chamber. Not the surface. The disappointment is physical. Shoulders lower. Someone curses quietly. The chamber is circular and partially collapsed. Roots hang from the ceiling. A black pool fills most of the floor. Across it, another passage rises. You kneel beside the water. Cold, very cold, flowing slightly, a natural spring. You look at the roots, then upward. We're closer. Vale crouches. How close? Trees don't send roots miles through stone. That restores some of the lost hope. The group crosses along a narrow ledge. Pelin nearly falls. Marin catches him. By the time everyone reaches the far side, he is shaking. Brother Cal takes one look and orders another rest. Vale refuses. We've made noise. So has every collapsing mountain around us. An iron door is different. Pelin can't keep going. Vale looks at the injured soldier, then toward you. 10 minutes. Cal starts to argue. A sound travels down the passage behind you. A scrape. Metal on stone. Everyone hears it. The rest is over. Vale raises his fist. Weapons come out. You move toward the doorway. Another scrape. Then silence. Tomas whispers, "Door." Probably someone is opening the iron door. The same one you just forced. Captain Vale positions soldiers along the pool. A narrow crossing. Good ground for defense. You look at the water, then at the roots, then at the passage ahead. Don't fight here. Marin stares at you. Why? Because they expect us to. We have a choke point. They know this place. Captain Vale understands first. Move. Marin hesitates only a second. The expedition withdraws. Pelin is carried now. 2 soldiers support him between them. You take rear position with Haven and Tomas. The passage climbs. Behind you comes another metallic shriek. Then voices. Goblins enter the pool chamber. You speed up. The tunnel twists sharply. Ahead, the main column disappears around a bend. You glance back. Orange light flickers below. Go. Tomas moves. Haven follows. You are about to turn when a small object bounces along the stone. Clay. Round. A jar. You recognize the smell. An instant before it breaks. Sharp. Bitter. You run. The jar shatters. Yellow smoke erupts behind you. Haven coughs. Keep moving. The passage fills rapidly. The smoke hugs the floor first, then rises. Poison. Not enough to kill immediately. Probably meant to force people out of hiding. You wrap cloth across your mouth. The column ahead accelerates. Someone falls. Boots stumble over him. Formation disintegrates. Slow down, Marin shouts. Her command echoes. A horn answers from somewhere ahead. You stop. Not behind. Ahead. Captain Vale hears it too. His face changes. Another horn sounds through the tunnel in front of you. Then boots. Many. The goblins are not simply following. They have gone around. You are between 2 forces. Vale looks around. Stone walls. 1 forward passage. 1 behind. No side tunnels. No doors. The yellow smoke creeps closer from the rear. Marin raises her shield. Forward. You grab her arm Wait, we don't have time. You look upward. Roots break through the ceiling. One is enormous, nearly as thick as your torso. Mud hangs around it. Water drips. You draw your hatchet. Marin sees what you are looking at. That's dirt. Exactly. You strike. The first blow cuts bark. The second exposes pale wood. Vale joins you with his sword. Haven uses a hand axe. Others understand. Soldiers begin hacking. The root is alive. That means something grows above. More importantly, the soil surrounding it may not be deep. Goblin voices grow louder from ahead. The smoke thickens behind. You cut again. The root splits. Wet soil pours through the ceiling. A soldier thrusts a spear upward. The stone around the root cracks. Again, 3 spears stab. More soil falls. Then a chunk of ceiling collapses. Cold mud covers you to the shoulders. Above it is darkness. A hole. Tomas laughs. Up. Noel climbs first. Then another soldier. They disappear. Space above, someone calls. Captain Vale orders the wounded through. Goblin lanterns appear around the bend ahead. Marin holds the corridor with 8 soldiers. Arrows strike shields. One man cries out. The rest climb. You stay near the opening. Pelin is pushed upward. Cal follows. Another arrow hits stone. Then the goblins charge. Marin's line meets them. Spears thrust. Shields slam. There is no room for elegant fighting. Only pressure. Metal. Bodies. The expedition keeps climbing. You grab Tomas and shove him toward the hole. Go. What about? Go. He goes. Haven follows. Captain Vale is one of the last. He grabs Marin by the shoulder. Enough. She backs toward the opening. 2 soldiers remain. Then one. The last man turns to climb. A spear enters beneath his ribs. Marin catches him. For half a second, she tries to pull him upward. The goblins seize his legs. He screams. Vale cuts the strap, holding the man's pack. Marin releases him. The goblins drag him into the smoke. You climb. Hands seize your arms from above. Tomas and Edric pull you through. Captain Vale follows. Marin comes last. Someone rolls a broken slab across the opening. Goblin spears stab through the gaps. Then the slab settles. Darkness. Breathing. A few muffled cries. Someone lights a lamp. You are inside soil. Not entirely. A natural cavity spreads around you, tangled with massive roots. The ceiling is low. The ground is wet. Captain Vale counts. 40. No. Again. 38. 3 men missing. 1 killed in the corridor. 2 unaccounted for during the climb. No one knows whether they fell behind or turned somewhere else. Brother Cal finds another wounded soldier. Arrow through the shoulder. Pelin lies against a root, barely conscious. Marin's shield is split along one edge. Her face is covered in mud. Captain Vale wipes blood from his sword. Can they follow? You listen to the muffled scraping beneath the slab. Eventually, then move. You study the roots. They all slope upward. You follow them. The cavity narrows. Soldiers crawl. Mud enters sleeves and boots. Armor catches. Several pieces of equipment are abandoned because they will not fit. Edric leaves his shield. Another man removes his breastplate. The tunnel grows tighter. Then the air changes. Cold, fresh, not merely fresher than below. Fresh, you smell pine. Tomas freezes ahead of you. Do you smell that? Yes. So does everyone. The crawling becomes frantic. You whisper for them to slow down. Few listen. The root tunnel rises. Moonlight appears. Actual moonlight. A pale silver line shines through a crack. Someone begins laughing. Another soldier starts crying quietly. Tomas claws at the soil. Hands join him. Cold air pours inward. The opening widens. One man squeezes through. Then another. You crawl after them. Your hand touches grass. Wet grass. You pull yourself into the night. Stars. For a moment, nothing else matters. Clouds drift above a black forest. Rain touches your face. Wind moves through branches. Soldiers emerge from the ground one after another and lie among the ferns. Some laugh. Some simply stare upward. Captain Vale climbs out. Marin follows. Brother Cal, Haven, Bren, Tomas, alive. The surface. You stand. The trees look unfamiliar. Older, larger, but they are trees. The relief lasts perhaps 30 seconds. Then you look toward the horizon. Something is wrong. No bracken wall. No distant northern peaks. You turn. Nothing. The land around you is almost flat. Captain Vale sees your expression. What? You climb a nearby rise. The forest extends in every direction. Far to the east, a pale glow rests against the clouds. Not sunrise. Too early. Firelight. A lot of it. Haven joins you. Where are we? You look at the moss on the trees, at the stars visible between clouds, at the slope of the land, then at the underground map, still tucked inside your coat. You have surfaced. That much is true, but you are nowhere near Redwater. The tunnels carried you farther than anyone understood. Perhaps 10 miles, perhaps 20, maybe much more. Behind you, the soldiers begin organizing themselves beneath the trees. Captain Vale approaches. We find a road at dawn. You look toward the distant orange glow. A faint sound reaches you through the forest. A horn, low, deep. Another answers. Not underground. On the surface, you turn toward the dark trees. Between two trunks, far away, a small orange light appears. Then another. Then 3 more. Goblin lanterns. Captain Vale's relief vanishes. The kingdom beneath the earth has entrances here too. And wherever wherever you have emerged, the goblins were already waiting. The lanterns do not advance. That makes them worse. 5 points of orange light remain scattered between the trees, far enough apart that they could be mistaken for fireflies if they were not holding such steady positions. No voices carry through the forest. No branches snap. Nothing moves except the rain. Captain Vale watches them for several seconds. Scouts, probably. How many? More than we're seeing. Marin wipes mud from her face with the back of one hand. Can they know exactly where we came out? You look toward the torn earth, where the expedition crawled onto the surface. They don't need to. Haven understands. They only need the exits. The thought changes everything. This is not an isolated shaft that happened to reach the surface. If the goblins maintain posts here, then the tunnel network beneath Valemarch must connect to multiple entrances spread across the frontier. Perhaps dozens, perhaps hundreds. Captain Vale gives the order quietly. No lamps, no talking. Get everyone moving west. Why west? Bren whispers. Because the lights are east. You glance toward the stars. Southwest. Vale looks at you. If we're north of Redwater. We don't know that. You said the mountains are gone. Exactly. He accepts the correction. Southwest is at least likely to bring the expedition toward settled Valemarch. If you are still somewhere beyond the frontier, likely is the best you have. The soldiers move. 38 people do not disappear into a forest easily. Armor catches branches. Boots sink into wet moss. Pellin needs 2 men to carry him. Another wounded soldier can barely use one arm. Half the party has lost equipment during the climb through the roots. Still, darkness favors you. You lead them beneath thick pines, where the ground is soft enough to swallow footsteps. After half a mile, the lanterns are gone. Another half-mile passes. No pursuit. Hope begins creeping back into the column. Then Haven touches your shoulder. You stop. He points. A tree ahead bears 3 horizontal cuts. Fresh. You approach. Sap still beads along the exposed wood. The cuts are too deliberate to be animal marks. Tomas whispers, Goblin. Probably. You search around the base. Prints, several, small, booted. There is something else. A narrow groove pressed into the soil. A wheel. You follow it 10 yards before the forest opens onto a road. Not a human road. No ruts from broad farm wagons. No horseshoe prints. No drainage ditch built by Valemarch engineers. The track is narrow and packed hard. Cartwheels have worn 2 grooves into the earth. Posts stand beside it at regular intervals, each painted with a pale symbol visible, even in the dark. You crouch. Fresh tracks cover the road. Many Goblin military boots. Some lead east, some west. A force passed recently. Captain Vale kneels beside you. Can we cross? Yes. Then cross. You hold up a hand. The soldiers wait. You study the road again. One detail troubles you. The mud is wet from rain, yet beneath a low cedar branch, where the road remains dry, there is a small patch of pale dust spread across the surface. Too even. You move closer. Crushed chalk. A thin thread stretches across the road at ankle height. Tomas leans in. Bell, maybe. You follow the thread. It disappears into a hollow log. Inside are 3 small clay beads resting on a sheet of metal. Not a bell, a rattle. Simple, effective. Anyone crossing would pull the thread and announce themselves. You cut it, then find another 15 paces farther down. And another. The goblins have trapped the road crossings. Marin whispers. They expected us to come through here. No. You point along the track. They expect everyone. This is controlled territory. Captain Vale's jaw tightens. How wide? No idea. The expedition crosses one person at a time. You brush prints afterward with pine branches. It will not fool a tracker for long. Perhaps long enough. The forest beyond the road slopes downward into a shallow valley. Fog gathers among the trees. You hear water. A creek. The soldiers refill quickly. You advise against stopping. Vale listens. The goblin lanterns never reappear. Instead, shortly before dawn, you hear a horn far behind. 1 note, then 2, a different signal from those underground. Haven looks at you. They found the crossing. Probably. How long? You study the wet ground. We have an hour, maybe less. The column speeds up. Exhaustion turns movement ugly. Men stumble. Arguments begin in whispers. Pelin vomits while being carried and asks to be put down. Brother Cal checks him. His skin is hot. The wound in his leg smells sour. We need to clean it again. Later, Vale says. Cal looks at him. If later exists. Vale says nothing. The forest thins as dawn approaches. Gray light filters through the branches. Ahead, the ground rises. You climb the ridge first. The land beyond stops you. Fields, not wilderness. Rows of cultivated black fungus grow beneath stretched awnings made from woven reeds. Broad-leafed plants with silver undersides fill shallow irrigation beds. Low stone walls divide plots. Several huts stand near a reservoir. Smoke drifts from chimneys. Goblin farmland. On the far side, perhaps a mile away, another road cuts across the valley. Beyond it rises a watchtower. You drop flat. The soldiers behind you do the same. Captain Vale crawls forward. We're still inside their territory. Yes, surface farms. Looks that way. Marin studies the distant tower. Could be abandoned. A figure appears on the top platform. Then another. Not abandoned. You retreat beneath the trees. The problem becomes obvious. The goblins did not merely build a kingdom underground. A control surface, pockets too. Perhaps hidden valleys. Perhaps forests no Valemarch patrol regularly enters. The expedition cannot simply choose south and walk home. You need to know where you are. The answer comes from Brother Cal. He studies the trees, then the silverleaf crop, then looks east toward the brightening sky. I know this plant. You turn. What is it? Moon turn. Heaven frowns. Never heard of it. It grows around old temple foundations. Likes mineral soil. Useful. Cal ignores him. The Ashen Order had a monastery near Hollowmere. They cultivated it. Captain Vale looks at him. Hollowmere, old pilgrimage site, abandoned decades ago. You know the name. Everyone raised near the northern frontier does. Hollowmere lies southwest of Redwater, far southwest, almost 30 miles, if that is where you are. Then the underground road carried you beneath an enormous stretch of country. Tomas stares. We walked 30 miles underground. Not directly, you say. Still, Captain Vale looks toward the fields. Where's the monastery? Cal points roughly south. 4 or 5 miles. If this is Hollowmere, and if it isn't, then we are lost somewhere with the correct plants. Vale considers. The monastery offers shelter, perhaps maps. More importantly, it offers a location that Valemarch patrols might know. You advise against the direct route. The Goblin farms lie between you and the likely monastery. Instead, you circle west. The detour costs time. The pursuit closes. By mid-morning, you begin finding signs behind you. A broken fern that was not broken earlier. Mud disturbed near your own tracks. A footprint in the creek where no member of the expedition stepped. Goblin scouts are less than half a mile away. You report this to Vale. He says only, keep moving. The soldiers know, without being told. They can feel the pressure. No one speaks anymore. Near noon, the terrain becomes rocky. Good. Stone preserves fewer tracks. Bad. There is less cover. You lead the column through a ravine, then find the first body, a Valemarch traveler, or what remains, old enough that rain and insects have done most of the work. Leather boots, wool coat, a brass pilgrim token hangs from the neck. Brother Cal kneels. Hollowmere. Captain Vale asks, how long? You inspect the remains. Months. A second body lies farther up the ravine. Then a third. This one wears the faded blue cloak of a border courier. The courier's satchel is gone. The message tube at his belt has been split open. Vale looks toward the hills. They've been operating here for months. Longer. You point to the road marks. Goblin traffic has worn parts of the ravine smooth. The surface posts are not emergency defenses. They are established infrastructure. The kingdom beneath the earth has roots above. The monastery appears in the afternoon. A square stone bell tower rises above the trees. Its roof has partially collapsed. Ivy covers the walls. No smoke, No movement. You scout ahead with Tomas. The outer gate hangs open. Tracks fill the courtyard. Goblin. Many. Old and new. The monastery has been used. You circle instead of entering. At the rear, you find a graveyard. Several stones have been broken. Beyond it, an old aqueduct runs through the hillside. The channel is dry. A maintenance door stands hidden behind brambles. You open it carefully. Dark, empty. The passage leads beneath the monastery. You return for the others. Captain Vale does not like the idea of going underground again. No one does. But the Goblin scouts are close enough now that remaining outside is worse. The expedition enters the aqueduct. The passage leads into a cistern beneath the old monastery. There, for the first time in nearly a day, the soldiers can sit without, immediately expecting an attack. Vale posts guards at every entrance. Brother Cal tends the wounded. You and Haven search the upper rooms. The monastery has been stripped. Beds gone. Cupboards empty. Even the iron hinges have been removed from several doors. But one chamber remains partly intact. A records room. Most parchment has rotted. A wall map survives beneath a sheet of cracked glass. You wipe away dust. Hollowmere. Definitely. The monastery lies 32 miles southwest of Redwater. Tomas stares at the map. We're inside Valemarch. Just barely. Several frontier villages are marked farther south. The nearest is Alderwick, 9 miles. Beyond that, the fortified town of Greyhaven sits on the King's military road. If even a handful of soldiers reach Greyhaven, the Crown will hear what lies beneath Redwater. Captain Vale sees the same thing. We leave at dusk. You shake your head. We leave sooner. We're exhausted. The scouts know we're near Hollowmere. How? We led them here. Vale exhales. You continue. They know this ground better than we do. They know the monastery exists. If I were tracking us, I'd check it. Marin arrives from the cistern. Pelin can't move. Brother Cal follows. Neither can Harrod. Harrod is the soldier with the arrow wound. His shoulder has swollen badly. Captain Vale looks between them. We carry them. Cal's expression tells him how realistic that is. Pelin has been carried nearly all night and morning. Everyone else is already exhausted. Vale rubs his face. We don't leave men. Pelin speaks from behind Cal. You do now. He is sitting against the wall. Sweat shines on his forehead. His voice is weak but clear. Vale turns. Pelin manages a tired smile. Captain, if 2 men carry me, you lose 3. No one answers. If 4 carry me, you lose 5. Cal kneels beside him. Pelin shakes his head. I know. He looks at Vale. Leave me a sword. Vale's face hardens. No. Then leave me a knife. You'll come. Pelin looks toward you. Not because he expects you to overrule the captain, because he expects you to say what the ground says. You wish he had chosen someone else. They'll catch us before Alderwick if we carry him. Silence. Vale turns away. The decision is made without being spoken. Pelin receives a sword. Harrod refuses to remain. His legs work. He can walk. So he walks. Brother Cal leaves Pelin water, dried meat, pain tincture, and the best bandage remaining. Wasteful, perhaps. No one objects. The expedition leaves through a different side of the aqueduct. Pelin stays beneath the monastery. You never hear what happens to him. 2 hours later, a column of smoke rises behind you. Black, thick, from Hollowmere. The goblins found the monastery. Nobody looks back for long. You reach Alderwick near sunset. Or what should be Alderwick? The village is empty. Doors hang open. A cart lies overturned beside the well. No livestock. No people. The silence has a particular quality. Abandonment. Recent. You examine the ground. Human tracks lead south. Many families, carts, children, they evacuated. Good. Then you find goblin tracks following them. Not good. Captain Vale wants to continue immediately. The soldiers demand water. They need it. You take them to the well. The first bucket comes up clear. Haven stops the nearest man from drinking. A dead rat floats inside. Its mouth is stained blue. You smell the water. Bitter, poisoned, just like the expedition roots underground. The goblins are not improvising. They are shaping the terrain ahead of you. Someone knew the village would be useful. Someone prepared it. We use the creek, you say. A creek flows beyond the southern fields. The soldiers hurry toward it. You reach the bank. The water looks clean, but upstream, 20 paces away, Haven finds 3 dead goats. Their throats have been cut, bodies left partly submerged. Vale stares at them. How many water sources do they know? All of them, probably. The expedition carries little water. Men have been thirsty for hours. You follow the creek upstream. Alder trees grow thickly along the bank. You search for seepage. Finally, you find it beneath a limestone shelf. A tiny spring bubbling directly from rock. Too small, but clean. You fill cups slowly, one at a time. The process takes nearly an hour. Darkness falls. Harrod collapses. Cal says fever. Another soldier has developed a limp. Vale asks you how far to Greyhaven. 14 miles. Alderwick map said 11. Road distance. We're taking the road. No, we don't have time. Then we'll die faster. A horn sounds north of the village. Another answers west. Marin looks toward you. They're surrounding us. Trying to. Captain Vale makes the decision. South fast. The expedition moves. The first attack comes before midnight. No horn. No warning. An arrow strikes Bren through the throat. He dies before anyone understands what happened. More arrows follow from the trees. Vale orders shields up. Only 12 remain. The column breaks toward a rocky slope. Goblin whistles chirp through the dark. Not hundreds of soldiers. Scouts, maybe 20. Enough to slow you. Not enough to finish the group. That is the point. You shout directions. Not toward Greyhaven. Downhill. Into a marsh. Marin hears and relays the order. Soldiers plunge into black water. Mud swallows boots. Reeds rise above their heads. Arrows become useless. So does formation. Perfect. You lead them through knee-deep water for nearly a mile. The goblins do not follow far. Tracks vanish in the marsh. For a few hours, the expedition escapes. The cost becomes clear at dawn. 31 remain. Somewhere during the retreat, 6 soldiers disappeared. No one knows when. One may have fallen in the marsh. Others may have run the wrong direction. You cannot search. Vale tries anyway. For 20 minutes. Then Marin tells him what he already knows. We leave. His face looks older. The expedition continues south. The marsh ends beneath low hills. Greyhaven should be 6 or 7 miles away. You see smoke. Not one column. Many. Then refugees. A family appears on the path ahead. A man carrying a child. 2 women. An old farmer pushing a wheelbarrow loaded with blankets. They nearly run when they see armed soldiers. Captain Vale stops them. What happened? The farmer looks at the uniforms. Greyhaven's closed. Closed. North gate sealed yesterday. Why? Goblin attacks along the road. Villages burning. Patrol never came back. Vale looks toward you. How many? The farmer shakes his head. Don't know. Where are you going? South. Why not Greyhaven? They won't open. Captain Vale steps closer. They'll open for the king's soldiers. The farmer looks at the reduced, mud-covered expedition. Maybe he believes him. Maybe he simply does not argue. The refugees continue. The soldiers move toward Greyhaven. You do not like it. Too obvious. Too many roads converge there. But the party needs walls. Food, medical help, messengers. 4 miles from the town, you find the military road. It is empty. Too empty. A burned wagon lies in the ditch. 3 bodies nearby. Valemarch soldiers. You examine them. Arrows, spear wounds. One has been stripped of armor. Marin finds drag marks leading into the trees. Vale says, we keep moving. You say no. He turns sharply. We are 4 miles from Greyhaven. Exactly. They're watching the road. Then we fight through. With 30 exhausted soldiers. 31. You look at him. Not anymore. Everyone turns. Herod is lying beside the road. Brother Cal kneels over him. No movement. 30. Vale closes his eyes. Marin steps between you. We need a choice. You point east. Leave the road. Move through the hills. Reach Greyhaven from the south. Adds hours Yes, Vale looks toward the road, then the trees. Fine. The expedition enters the hills. For a while it works. No tracks, no horns, no arrows. Then you find the stones. Small piles, one every 100 paces. Not natural. Goblin trail markers. You stop. Too late. A horn sounds ahead. Another behind. Vale curses. The first goblin soldiers appear along the ridge. Not scouts. Infantry. Iron helmets. Round shields. Spears. At least 50. Another formation moves through the trees below. Marin draws her sword. We break east. You look east. Steep ravine. Rocky. Narrow. Possible. You lead the charge. Not toward the goblins. Away from them. The expedition runs. Arrows fall. One soldier drops. Another. The ravine becomes a gorge. Perfect for escape. Terrible if blocked. You gamble. At the bottom, a narrow stream cuts between high walls. The soldiers enter. Goblin horns echo above. Vale shouts for speed. You reach a fork. Left descends. Right climbs. You choose left. Then see muddy footprints. Goblin. Fresh. Too many. Right. The column turns. Confusion spreads. Someone keeps going left. Marin shouts. 3 soldiers follow the wrong branch. No time. The right passage narrows. A boulder blocks half of it. One person at a time. The goblins arrive behind. The rear guard forms. You help soldiers squeeze through. Brother Cal, Haven, Tomas, Marin. Vale stays behind. Captain, go. Arrows strike the rock. Goblin infantry appears around the bend. Vale retreats through the gap. Marin follows. Then a spear catches her thigh. She falls. You grab her harness. Vale grabs the other side. Together you pull. The rear guard collapses. Men die in the narrow gorge. Their screams follow you upward. You drag Marin through the rocks. The tunnel becomes a steep animal trail. Everyone climbs. At the top, you count 19. You started yesterday with 47. 19 remain. Marin cannot walk. The spear passed through the outer thigh without striking bone. But blood is pouring freely. Cal binds it. Vale looks behind. Goblin voices are coming closer. He says we carry her. Marin laughs once. Absolutely not. Vale ignores her. You and Tomas lift her. The expedition moves again. Every mile now costs someone. A soldier with a twisted ankle falls behind. Another stays with him. Vale orders them forward. They cannot. The 2 men disappear among the trees. 17. A goblin patrol crosses ahead. You hide for 20 minutes beneath thorn brush. 17 becomes 16 when a soldier dies quietly from an arrow wound. No one had noticed, was bleeding badly beneath his coat. At dusk, you finally see Greyhaven. Stone walls, Watchtowers, Valemarch banners. Home. The sight nearly breaks the group. Tomas laughs. Vale shouts toward the walls. A horn sounds from the town. For a moment, you think they have seen you. Then a second horn answers from the forest behind. Goblin. You look toward Greyhaven. The north gate remains closed. Vale waves a strip of white cloth. Valemarch soldiers. No response. Too far. You start downhill. Then arrows strike. Not from behind. From the fields ahead. Goblin archers rise from irrigation ditches. Dozens. The expedition scatters. You drag Marin toward a stone wall. Vale shouts orders. No one can hear. The last organized formation dissolves. Tomas reaches you. Haven is somewhere behind. Brother Cal runs toward a barn. Marin tries to stand. Another volley falls. The field becomes chaos. You see Vale with 6 soldiers moving toward the western ditch. Then smoke erupts between you. A clay jar, yellow, the same choking gas used underground. Your eyes burn. You pull cloth across your face. Tomas grabs Marin. Together, you drag her through a gap in the wall. Where he coughs, you cannot see. You move downhill because smoke rises. A drainage channel appears. You fall into it. Marin lands hard. Tomas follows. The channel contains shallow water. You crawl. Arrows pass overhead. Goblin voices spread through the smoke. The drainage ditch enters a culvert beneath the field road. Darkness. You pull Marin inside. Tomas crawls after. Someone else enters behind him. Haven. Blood covers one side of his face. Move, he says. The culvert runs south, toward Greyhaven. You crawl. Behind you, goblins discover the entrance. A spear strikes stone. Haven turns. Keep going. You look back. He has stopped. Haven. Go. There may be another way. There isn't. He wedges himself sideways in the narrow culvert. Knife in one hand. Hatchet in the other. He looks ridiculous. An old trapper blocking an army drain. Then he grins. You still have that grin. You understand. Tomas grabs your arm. Goblin voices fill the tunnel. You leave Haven behind. The culvert rises. At the end, iron bars block the exit. Rusty, old. Marin slumps against the wall. Tomas kicks the bars. Nothing. You examine the mortar. One side has cracked. You use your hatchet. Tomas uses his sword pommel. Behind you, metal rings. Haven fighting. Once, twice, then nothing. The mortar breaks. One bar moves. You wrench it free. Tomas squeezes through. Then you push Marin. She cries out. He pulls from outside. You follow. The culvert empties into a reed-filled pond. Greyhaven's wall is less than half a mile away. The south gate is open. Refugees are entering. You almost laugh. Then Tomas says, "Where's the captain?" You look back toward toward the smoke-covered fields. No sign of Vale. No sign of Cal. No sign of anyone. Marin tries to stand. Fails. We wait. You know better. Goblin horns sound behind. Closer. We can't. Vale will come. Maybe. Her eyes meet yours. The argument lasts only a moment. Then Tomas points. Figures emerge from the smoke. 3. Human. Captain Vale. Brother Cal. 1 soldier. They are running. Relief lasts seconds. Goblin riders appear behind them. Small, hunched figures, mounted on the hairless horned beasts you saw underground. Fast, Vale reaches the pond. Go. Cal is struck first. A hooked spear catches his back. He falls. Vale turns. You know he should not. He does anyway. The captain reaches Cal, kills the rider. Another comes. The remaining soldier runs, past them toward you. An arrow takes him through the neck. Tomas begins forward. You stop him. Vale looks across the distance. For 1 second, his eyes find yours. Then he shouts, Greyhaven, not help, not wait, an order, go. Goblin riders surround him. You turn away. Marin leans heavily against you. Tomas takes her other side. The 3 of you cross the pond. Reeds hide you. Behind, the sounds of fighting become smaller. Greyhaven's open gate grows closer. 200 yards. Then a whistle sounds from the reeds to your right. You stop. Goblin scout. 20 paces. It rises with a bow. Tomas moves first. He charges. The goblin releases. The arrow strikes his chest. He keeps going. Sword swings. The goblin falls. Tomas takes 2 more steps, then sits down. You reach him. The arrow entered above the heart. Deep. He looks at it, then at you. That's bad. You kneel. There is nothing to do. He knows from your face. Marin lowers herself beside him. Tomas breathes carefully. You know what I'd see. You remember the conversation underground. The southern sea. You wait. He smiles faintly. The water. Then he stops breathing. The horns behind you continue. Marin closes his eyes. We have to go. You lift her. She cannot help much now. The gate is less than a quarter mile away. You move. 30 yards. 50. 100. Then Marin's weight suddenly increases. You look down. Blood is running from beneath her bandage. Too much. The wound reopened. Cal tied it. She shakes her head. We won't make it together. Yes. No. You adjust your grip. She stops walking. Marin. She pulls away. Nearly falls. Listen. The word is quiet. You look toward the gate. Guards are finally visible above it. Valemarch guards. Safety. So close. Marin presses her sword into your hand. You tell them. Tell them yourself. I can't. You can. She looks behind you. The reeds move. Pursuit. You are the tracker. You understand before she says more. She removes the remaining metal pieces from her armor, drops them, then tears a strip from her cloak and throws it toward the western reeds. You go east. Marin, I go west. They'll kill you. Probably. She gives you a tired smile. But they'll follow me. You try to refuse. She grabs the front of your coat. Tell them what we saw. The goblin horn sounds again. Closer. Marin pushes you away. Then she begins limping west through the reeds. Deliberately loud. Breaking stalks. Splashing. Leaving blood. A perfect trail. You stand still for one terrible second. Then training takes over. East. Quietly. You enter deeper water. You move with the reeds. You do not look back when goblin whistles turn west. You do not look back when Marin shouts. You do not look back when steel rings once, then twice, then stops. The Greyhaven gate is close. You could reach it. Perhaps. Then you see goblins between you and the wall. They have already moved to cut off the obvious approach. 5 scouts, maybe more. You sink into the reeds. Wait. Listen. The gate begins closing. Refugees hurry through. Chains grind. The opening narrows. You calculate distance. You could run. You might make it. You might draw the scouts directly to the gate, or die 50 yards from safety. Instead, you lie flat in cold water. Mud coats your face. Your cloak darkens. The gate closes. Greyhaven disappears behind stone. Night settles over the marsh. Goblin patrols search the reeds for hours. You remain submerged to the shoulders. You breathe through your nose. You move only when wind moves the plants. Once, a goblin passes so close that you can see water dripping from the point of its spear. It stops, listens. You lower your face until only your mouth and nose remain above water. The goblin waits, then moves on. Much later, the horns change. Patrols withdraw. Silence returns. You stay another hour, then another, when you finally crawl onto a muddy bank. The moon has crossed half the sky. No one waits for you. No captain, no sergeant, no temple brother, no trapper, no young scout complaining about crawling through tunnels. You count what remains. 1 knife, Marin's sword, hatchet, half a coil of cord, flint wrapped in waxed cloth, 1 water skin, a torn pack, 3 strips of dried meat, a small pouch of salt, the stolen slate map, a few bandages, no lamp, no bow, no blanket. Your boots are full of water. Your left hand is bleeding from broken reeds. Your whole body smells of marsh mud. Somewhere beyond the trees, goblin horns answer one another across the frontier. Greyhaven's walls are close enough that you can see torchlight on the battlements. You could try again at dawn. Then you hear another sound. Axes. Farther south. Many trees being felled. A road being cleared. You crawl to higher ground, through the branches, beyond Greyhaven. Dozens of small fires burn along the hills, too organized for camps. Work crews, military camps. Something is moving beneath and around the town. The frontier is already changing. You look back toward the north. Redwater lies 30 miles away. The underground kingdom stretches beneath all of it. Perhaps farther, everyone who entered the mine with you is dead, captured, lost, or beyond your reach. For the first time since the expedition began, there is no officer to report to, no formation to preserve, no wounded soldier to carry, no argument about which road to take. No one is coming to choose for you. You tear a strip from the inside of your cloak and wrap your bleeding hand. Then you rub mud across the pale parts of your clothing. You wrap cord around the sword's guard so it will not rattle against the scabbard. The metal buckle on your pack comes off next. Too loud. You replace it with a knot. The transformation is small, practical, necessary. By the time you finish, there is very little left on you that shines, very little that makes noise. You look once toward Greyhaven, then toward the dark hills beyond the Goblin patrols. Reaching the city directly is no longer possible, so you will go around. If around means 5 miles, you will walk 5. If it means 50, you will walk 50. If daylight belongs to the goblins, you will travel at night. If roads belong to them, you will leave the roads. If they watch the valleys, you will climb. If they track the ground, you will use water. You have spent most of your life learning how to hunt things that wanted to stay hidden. Now you begin considering everything from the other side. The expedition is gone. The mission is gone. For the moment, even Greyhaven is gone. There is only the next safe place, the next drink, the next meal, the next hour without being seen. You enter the trees alone. The forest closes behind you within a dozen steps. Under the pines, the ground is almost black. Wet needles soften your footfalls, and the branches above hold enough mist to hide the moon. Greyhaven's wall disappears behind the trees. You do not choose a destination yet. That would require knowing where the goblins are. Instead, you choose distance. Every few hundred paces, you stop beneath cover and listen. The first time, you hear nothing except rainwater dripping from needles. The second time, a horn sounds somewhere near the marsh. The third time, voices move through the woods behind you. Goblin voices. You leave the easiest ground immediately. A shallow creek runs south through the forest. You step into it and begin walking against the current. Cold water reaches your calves. Smooth stones turn beneath your boots, forcing you to move slowly. But the discomfort is worth it. The creek washes mud from your soles and breaks whatever trail you left behind. A ranger once taught you that hiding tracks does not mean making them disappear. That is usually impossible. The better trick is making the tracker uncertain. A broken branch may tell someone you passed. A footprint tells them where. A clear line of footprints tells them where you are going. You intend to give them only the first. After perhaps half a mile, the creek splits around a low island of moss-covered stone. You take the smaller branch. It narrows, then narrows again, when the water becomes too shallow to cover your boots. You continue another 100 paces anyway. Only then do you leave. Not onto the bank. You step onto a fallen pine whose trunk spans the creek. Walk along it for 20 feet. Then jump onto a patch of exposed rock. From there, you climb uphill through thick fern. You double back north. Wait. Listen. Nothing follows. The old instinct to keep moving presses at you. You ignore it. Moving feels productive. Sometimes hiding is more productive. You crawl beneath the exposed roots of a wind-thrown tree and remain there until the first gray hint of morning enters the forest. No horn comes closer. No patrol appears. The hiding place is miserable. The roots form a hollow barely large enough for you to curl inside. Wet dirt presses against your shoulder. Small insects explore your sleeves. Every time you shift, needles work deeper beneath your collar. Still, no one sees you. That is enough. When daylight strengthens, you eat one strip of dried meat, not because you are full after it, because there are only 3. You chew slowly. Salt makes you thirsty. A mistake. Next time, you will drink first. The water skin is less than half full. You take 2 mouthfuls and stop. Not because water should be rationed, because you know where the nearest clean water is, and you do not intend to waste daylight searching for another source. Sleep comes badly. Every crack of a branch wakes you. Once, sometime near midday, footsteps enter the forest. You are awake instantly. Not human footsteps. Too light. 3 sets. Maybe 4. You press farther into the hollow. Through tangled roots, you see pieces of the forest. Boots, small, leather wrapped around narrow ankles. A goblin patrol. They are not searching randomly. One carries a short bow. Another has a spear. The third leads one of the broad-footed, hairless animals from the underground farms. The creature keeps its head low. Sniffing, you remember the one that nearly discovered the expedition in the fungal forest. The animal stops. So does your breathing. It turns toward the uprooted tree. The goblin, holding the rope, mutters something. The animal pulls. A second goblin answers. The handler lets it come closer. 10 paces. 8. You cannot fight 3 without noise. Perhaps you could kill the first. Maybe the second. Then the animal. Then the third. And after that, blood, tracks, a missing patrol, more hunters. Winning would solve nothing. Your fingers move slowly toward the pouch of salt. The animal reaches the edge of the fern. You take a pinch, then another. You throw it through the roots toward the opposite side of the hollow. The grains are invisible. The smell is not. The animal's head snaps sideways. It sniffs, moves toward where the salt landed. The handler follows. One of the other goblins says something that makes the third laugh. The patrol continues around the fallen tree. The animal licks wet soil where the salt scattered. For a while, you can hear it breathing. Then the rope tugs. The footsteps move away. You remain exactly where you are. An hour passes before you leave the hollow. Perhaps, too, it no longer matters. Your salt pouch is lighter. You are still alive. That matters more. You spend the afternoon watching Greyhaven from a rocky ridge south of the town. The position is almost a mile away, hidden beneath scrub oak. From here, you understand why reaching the gates failed. The goblins have not surrounded Greyhaven with one army. They have surrounded it with roads. At least 3 new tracks have been cut through the forest. Work crews are widening them with axes and mattocks. Wagons move along one carrying timber toward camps, hidden below the ridge. You count sentry positions. Watch the timing. Every quarter hour, perhaps. Pairs of goblin scouts move between posts. Some wear the leather and iron equipment you have seen before. Others are different. Larger shields, longer spears, dark red cloth tied around one arm. Organized units. Greyhaven's soldiers occasionally fire arrows from the walls. The goblins remain outside bow range. They are patient. That concerns you more than an assault would. You find the southern military road through your spyglass. Barricaded, a burned wagon blocks one lane. Goblin soldiers occupy both tree lines. No refugees move now. Greyhaven is isolated. You could perhaps reach the walls after dark. Perhaps, but to do so, you would have to cross open fields under observation. And even if you succeeded, what then? Greyhaven is already threatened. The captain wanted the crown warned. Greyhaven cannot warn itself if every road is cut. Your task has changed. You need to get farther south, far enough that messages can outrun whatever is happening here. You unfold the stolen slate map. The goblin scratches mean little to you. Tunnels, intersections, symbols, no scale, no human place names. You turn it toward the landscape. One of the lines branches repeatedly around a shape that might represent the great underground river. Another rises toward a cluster of marks, perhaps surface entrances, perhaps forts, perhaps something else entirely. A strip of cloth around the slate carries faint black ink. You noticed it before, but assumed it was staining. Now, in daylight, you see that someone has drawn on it. Not a full map. Measurements, perhaps. Tiny figures. Repeated groups. You cannot read goblin writing, but numbers are often easier than words. 3 different symbols recur beside road junctions. 1, 3, 5. If they are numbers, you put the slate away. A wagon emerges from the forest below. Unlike the others, it does not head toward Greyhaven. It turns southeast, away from the siege. You watch. 4 goblin guards escort it. The wagon carries barrels. Food, water, perhaps arrows. Whatever the contents, it is moving somewhere beyond the town. A supply road. Supply roads lead between useful places. You wait until the wagon disappears. Then you follow from a distance. Not on the road. Never on the road. You parallel it through woodland. Progress becomes slow. Each time the road bends, you stop short and scout ahead before crossing the curve. Twice you hide from patrols. Once you lie beneath a holly thicket, while 20 goblins march past singing in low, rhythmic voices. Not a war chant, something duller, a marching song, perhaps. That detail stays with you. The soldiers below the earth seemed alien when seen from the cavern ledge. From 10 paces away, they complain about wet boots. One shoves another when he falls behind. A third has tied a small carved charm to his spear. You understand none of their words. You understand the behavior. That almost makes them more dangerous. An animal can be predicted by hunger, territory, fear. An army carries orders you cannot see. Near sunset, the supply road reaches a low limestone hill. The wagon disappears. You crawl to a ridge overlooking the place. An entrance has been cut directly into the hillside. Timber doors stand open. Goblin workers push carts inside. Others emerge, carrying empty baskets. A surface storehouse, perhaps, or another entrance to the underground network. You remain hidden until darkness. Hunger becomes harder to ignore. 2 strips of meat remain. You could eat one. Instead, you watch the goblin workers. Every few minutes, someone carries food past the entrance. Dark loaves, bundles of fungus, a crate filled with pale root vegetables. There is more food within 200 yards than you could carry. The difficulty is that it belongs to an enemy army. Night settles, work slows. The wagon guards disappear underground. 2 sentries remain outside. A third patrol circles the hill. You watch 3 complete circuits, then 4. The pattern becomes clear. The patrol leaves the southern entrance, circles west, passes behind a stand of pine, then returns along the northern side. 17 minutes, sometimes 18. The 2 door sentries never leave together. One disappears inside periodically, usually for less than a minute. You could approach the storehouse. You decide not to. Not yet. There may be another way. You circle the hill at nearly 200 paces. Limestone hills often contain fissures. Water finds them. Air finds them. Miners sometimes do. Halfway around, you feel cold air, very faint. You search. A narrow crack opens behind thorn brush, too small for a person, but beside it, the ground has subsided. You remove loose stones with your hands. The opening underneath is larger, natural, maybe large enough. You listen. No voices, no airflow strong enough to to suggest a main tunnel. You return to your observation point. The easiest decision would be to keep moving south. Avoid the goblins. Find another village. But your remaining food will not last another day if you eat properly. Your bandages are nearly gone. You have no blanket, no lamp, no bow, and the supply road may extend for miles through controlled country. Eventually, survival is not about avoiding risk. It is about choosing which risk buys you something useful. You wait until the circling patrol passes. Then you move. The crack accepts one shoulder at a time. You remove Marin's sword and push it ahead. The pack follows. Then you squeeze through. Stone scrapes your back. For a moment, your hips wedge between two rocks. You exhale completely and pull. The gap releases you. You slide feet first into darkness. No lamp. That becomes immediately frightening. You had become accustomed to underground darkness with 40 people carrying light. This is different. You cannot see your own hand. You wait. Listen. Cold air flows past your face. Somewhere below, water drips. You lower yourself carefully. The fissure slopes. Loose gravel whispers beneath your boots. Too loud. You stop. Wait. No response. Then continue. After perhaps 50 feet, darkness begins to soften. A faint orange glow appears ahead. Firelight. You crawl toward it. The fissure ends behind a stack of wooden crates. Through the gaps, you see a chamber. Goblin storehouse. You guessed correctly. Shelves line the walls. Sacks, barrels, bundles of arrows, tools, rope, clothing, oil lamps, food. The quantity nearly overwhelms you. Then footsteps enter. You flatten behind the crates. 2 goblins carry a barrel between them. They set it down, argue briefly. One slaps the other's hands away from something on a shelf. Dried meat. Even goblin quartermasters have thieves. The thought would be amusing under different circumstances. They leave. You wait. 5 minutes. 10. Then crawl into the room. Your movements become deliberate. Greed kills. You remind yourself of that before touching anything. Take what solves problems. Nothing more. Food first. 2 dark loaves. A handful of dried mushrooms. 3 hard root vegetables. A strip of smoked meat. Water would add weight, and you can find water outside. Medicine. You do not know goblin medicines. Avoid them. Rope. Useful. You replace your half coil with a full length of thin woven cord. Clothing. A dark hooded outer garment hangs from a peg. Goblin-sized. Too short. Still useful. You take it. A wool wrap. Better. You add that. Tools. Needle. Thread. Small iron file. Flint. A narrow skinning knife. Better than your current one. You leave the knife. 2 blades already make noise, and wait. Then you see maps. A shelf near the rear, contains rolled sheets made from something like treated hide. Your heart begins beating faster. You take one, unroll a corner. Lines, symbols, no idea what they mean. Another shows what appear to be surface hills. A third contains a shape you recognize. Greyhaven, not by writing, by its walls. A rectangle with 6 towers. Roads radiate from it. Black marks surround the town. You take the map. Another lies beneath it. You open just enough to see a familiar curve. The bracken wall. Perhaps you take that one too. No more. Your pack is already heavier. You prepare to return to the fissure. Then boots approach. Several, too many to wait in the open. You duck behind the crates. 5 goblins enter. One wears iron scale armor. Officer, perhaps. Another carries a wax tablet. They begin inventorying supplies. This may take minutes or hours. You cannot know. You settle into stillness. The work continues. One goblin counts arrow bundles. Another checks barrels. The armored one dictates. The tablet carrier scratches symbols. Then someone points toward the shelf. The map shelf. You feel the missing weight before anyone sees it. 2 maps gone. Perhaps they will not notice. The armored goblin approaches. It stops, touches the stack, says something sharp. The others become quiet. The tablet carrier answers. The officer strikes him across the face. Noticed. You ease your hand toward the hatchet. No, if discovered, the fissure behind you is the only escape. Fighting here would trap you. The officer shouts toward the door. More voices answer. A sentry enters. The goblins begin searching the chamber. One looks beneath a table. Another opens barrels. The officer checks behind shelves. You glance toward the fissure. 8 feet. Open ground. If you move now, they see you. One goblin walks toward the crates. You do not breathe. It reaches the first stack. Looks behind. Nothing. Second stack. Closer. It carries a short spear. The point appears beside your face. Then the goblin leans around the crate. Its eyes meet yours. Neither of you moves. Surprise is brief. You use it. One hand catches the spear shaft. The other covers its mouth. You pull. The goblin falls behind the crates. Your knife enters beneath the jaw. Fast, quiet, not silent enough. Its heel kicks wood. A crate shifts. The officer turns. You are already moving. Not toward them, toward the fissure. A shout erupts. You throw the dead goblin's spear across the room. Not to hit anyone, to knock over an oil lamp. It works. Flame spills across the floor. The goblins recoil. You dive into the crack. Hands claw stone. Behind you, shouting becomes chaos. Fire catches spilled oil. You crawl, too slowly. The stolen pack wedges. You pull. Nothing. Footsteps reach the fissure. A goblin grabs the pack. You release one strap, twist, pull sideways. The fabric tears. The pack comes free. A spear thrusts into the gap. Its point scratches your boot. You climb. Gravel breaks loose beneath your hands. Another spear enters. Cannot reach. The fissure narrows. Goblin voices remain below. Then smoke follows. You reach the surface opening and force yourself through. Thorns tear your cheek. You emerge into cold night. The circling patrol is somewhere nearby. No time to determine where. You run only 20 paces, then stop. Running through unknown dark forest makes noise and breaks ankles. You change method. Low, fast, controlled. The supply road is east. You go west, downhill. Water usually wins downhill. You hear the alarm behind. A horn, then another. You reach a shallow stream. Enter, move downstream. Lanterns spread through the forest. They will search outward from the storehouse. Your tracks between the fissure and stream are obvious. They will find them, so you do not leave the stream quickly. You follow water for nearly an hour, sometimes walking, sometimes crouching beneath overhanging banks when patrols pass. The cold enters your boots. Your legs begin trembling. Still, you continue. Eventually, the stream drops into a narrow ravine. You climb onto stone, then reverse direction along the ledge above the water. Anyone following the stream will expect you downstream. You go north, another mile, maybe less. You find a split in the rock, barely wide enough to enter. Inside is dry earth. You crawl 10 feet into the crevice and stop. No fire, no lamp, no light at all. You unwrap the wool blanket stolen from the storehouse and pull it around your shoulders. Goblin clothing smells of smoke, oil, and something sour. You are grateful for it anyway. Food comes next. Half a loaf, a piece of smoked meat, water from the stream. For the first time since Redwater, you eat enough to feel your stomach settle. Not full. Better. You inspect the stolen maps by touch, and then stop yourself. No light. No reason. Morning can wait. You repair the torn pack instead. Thread through needle. Slow stitches. Your fingers know the work from years of repairing. Leather in frontier camps. The darkness makes it difficult. You prick yourself twice. The third attempt works. When the pack closes again, you wrap every metal object. Knife handle, sword fittings, hatchet head. The iron file goes inside a folded strip of cloth. No clinking. You remove the buckle from the stolen wool wrap. Cord replaces it. Then you sit. The goblins search until dawn. Several patrols pass within hearing distance. Once, lantern light glows faintly at the entrance to your crevice. You do not move. A voice speaks. Another answers farther away. The light vanishes. You sleep after sunrise. Not long. 2 hours, perhaps. Your body wakes you because the stone beneath you has become too cold. You eat mushrooms. They are tough and salty. Then you finally study the maps. The first is unquestionably Greyhaven. Goblin writing surrounds it. Lines connect camps, roads, and several black circles. One circle lies near the limestone storehouse you robbed. Another is beneath the town itself. You stare at that. Beneath Greyhaven, a tunnel, maybe. The second map is larger. It takes several minutes to understand. Then a familiar river gives it away. The Westwater, you know its surface course, because it feeds farms throughout northern Valemarch. On the map, the river is only one layer. Dark lines cross beneath it. Dozens. Some run toward Greyhaven, others north toward Redwater. Still more continue south, much farther south than you expected. Your finger follows one toward a symbol, near a place that might be Dunmere. Another approaches the mining town of Belcross. A third extends beneath land, within a day's march of Valemarch's interior forts. This is not a local network. It is a system. Roads beneath roads. You notice another repeated symbol, a hammer-like mark. It appears beside several underground lines. Mines, perhaps. Then a square surrounded by dots. Fortresses, storage sites. One symbol appears more often as the lines approach populated surface areas. You cannot read the language, but the intent begins forming regardless. The goblins have mapped Valemarch, not roughly, carefully. You fold the maps. They matter more than food now. You wrap them in oilcloth cut from the damaged pack lining. Then tie them beneath your shirt. If you lose everything else, you keep those. By late afternoon, you are moving again. South is still the goal, but the map changes your route. A goblin line runs beneath the hills, southeast of Greyhaven. At first, you dismiss it. Going underground willingly seems absurd after everything that happened. Then you examine the surface. The goblins control the roads. Their scouts have sent animals. Military camps are spreading through the woods. Every village near Greyhaven may already be watched. The underground road might be worse. It might also be predictable. And unlike the surface, it is marked on the stolen map. You spend the rest of the day scouting. The decision waits until dusk. From a wooded hill, you watch a goblin column march south. Not 50, hundreds, infantry, wagons, pack animals, engineers carrying axes and shovels. They follow the same direction you need to travel. Surface travel south will mean moving beside an army. You look down at the map. A secondary tunnel runs roughly parallel to their road, not the main military route. A smaller line. It begins at another black circle, 2 miles east. You understand what survival will demand before you allow yourself to object. The surface is not safety. Not anymore. Darkness comes. You circle east. The entrance is hidden inside an abandoned quarry. No guards stand outside. That itself is suspicious. You spend nearly an hour watching. Nothing. Eventually, you descend. Old steps lead beneath a stone overhang. At the bottom stands a narrow doorway. Beyond it, cool air rises. You do not enter immediately. You prepare. Mud darkens your face and hands. The stolen goblin cloak goes over your shoulders. It barely reaches your waist, but in darkness, it changes your outline. Marin's sword is tied tight against your body. The hatchet rides behind your hip. The maps remain under your shirt. No lamp. You will use whatever light the goblins provide. Then you step underground. The passage slopes gently. After 200 paces, faint blue fungus begins glowing along the walls. Enough to see. You stop. Listen. Nothing. You continue. Another quarter mile brings you to a junction. The stolen map says left. You go left. For the first time since the expedition collapsed, you are not merely fleeing. You are navigating. The difference is small but important. An hour later, voices approach. You retreat into a shallow drainage trench. 2 goblin soldiers pass. They never look down. You remain another 10 minutes. Then continue. The tunnel widens. Somewhere ahead, wagon wheels rumble. You leave the main passage before reaching them. A maintenance alcove provides shelter. You settle behind broken stone. No fire. No unnecessary movement. You take out a piece of the dark bread and eat. Days ago, 47 soldiers entered Redwater believing survival would depend on armor, numbers, and steel. Now you measure safety differently. A shadow deep enough to hide in. Water without poison. Food that can be carried quietly. A route no one expects you to choose. An enemy patrol that passes without knowing you exist. You listen to goblin wagons moving through the tunnel beyond the wall. One, then another, then another. The underground kingdom is awake around you. Its roads carry soldiers. Its farms feed armies. Its tunnels reach beneath towns, whose people have no idea what lies below. Somewhere south, Valemarch still believes Redwater was a goblin den. You adjust the stolen cloak around your shoulders, then settle deeper into the darkness. The only person who can tell them otherwise is now traveling through the kingdom itself. The maintenance alcove remains undisturbed through the night. You sleep in fragments. Whenever wagon wheels approach, you wake before they reach the bend. The first few times, your hand goes automatically to the knife. After that, exhaustion teaches you what your training never could. Not every sound means danger. Some are simply part of the road. Axles complain. Pack animals snort. Goblin drivers exchange irritated words. Once, someone begins singing in a low voice until another goblin tells him to stop. Eventually, the traffic becomes almost ordinary. That realization is unsettling. You are sleeping beside one of their roads, wrapped in one of their blankets, carrying their bread and maps, while an entire civilization moves within yards of you. By morning, the convoy traffic thins. You wait longer anyway. Routine is useful. Predictability is dangerous. You leave only after 2 separate stretches of silence. The secondary tunnel continues south. Blue fungus grows in shallow grooves, cut deliberately into the walls. It provides just enough light to travel without a lamp. Someone cultivates it. Every few hundred paces, a worker has scraped away dead growth and replaced it with fresh patches. You begin noticing other things. Drainage channels are cleared. Broken stones have been marked for repair. Small clay plaques appear at intersections. This is no forgotten route. It is maintained infrastructure. You move slowly enough to hear others before they hear you. Several times, you leave the path and hide. A group of miners passes carrying iron tools. Later, 3 goblin children push a handcart loaded with mushrooms. Children, you watch them disappear around a bend. That gives you pause longer than soldiers would have. The surface teaches people a simple story. Goblins raid because they are goblins. They kill because they are goblins. They take captives because cruelty is simply what goblins do. Much of that story is true. You have seen burned farms. You have tracked abducted villagers. You have found bodies along winter roads. But the underground kingdom contains bakers and farmers, and children alongside soldiers. That does not make the army less dangerous. It makes the problem larger. An animal den can be destroyed. A kingdom cannot. Near midday, the tunnel reaches a water station. You smell it before seeing it. Wet stone, mineral deposits, then hear the steady trickle of water falling into a basin. The station sits at a crossroads. Too exposed. You need water. You wait. 5 minutes. 10. A lone goblin arrives carrying 2 ceramic jugs. It fills both. Drinks from a ladle. Leaves. You remain hidden another 10 minutes. No one else comes. Then you approach. The basin is carved directly from the wall. Water flows from a narrow copper pipe. Clean enough for goblins. Probably clean enough for you. Still, you inspect it. No smell. No strange color. Tiny white cave insects gather near the overflow. Good. You drink deeply. Refill the water skin. Then wash mud from the small cuts along your hands. The temptation to wash your face is stronger. You resist. The soot and dirt help hide human skin in poor light. A narrow shelf beside the basin contains drinking cups. One is shaped from wood. You take it, then return to cover. A half-hour later, a patrol arrives. You watch them drink from the same basin. Confirmation, another lesson. When entering unknown country, animals can tell you much. So can enemies. You continue. The map shows the secondary tunnel, approaching a large junction sometime ahead. Distance remains difficult to judge. Goblin markings might indicate miles, or stations, or something else. You begin building your own scale. Each normal walking hour becomes a charcoal mark along the map edge. Crude, better than nothing. By the time you reach the junction, you estimate 6 miles underground. The road emerges onto a gallery high above another cavern. You stop immediately. Below lies farmland, not fungal forest this time. Actual fields. Warm yellow light spills from hundreds of hanging lanterns, suspended on chains from the cavern ceiling. The illumination is bright enough to support pale crops planted in long terraces. Broad leaves, root vegetables, moss-like grain. Water wheels turn along a canal. Dozens of goblins work between rows. Small houses cluster against the cavern wall. Farther away, a stone road crosses the canal on 3 bridges. Carts travel continuously. You cannot safely walk through. You study the stolen map. The secondary road enters the agricultural cavern on one side and exits near the southern end. 3 miles, perhaps. Too exposed. There may be another route. You follow the gallery. It narrows into a service path behind a stone parapet. No traffic. Below, voices drift upward. The language remains unintelligible, but you are beginning to recognize repeated sounds, commands, greetings, numbers perhaps. One word accompanies wagon arrivals. Another appears whenever guards change. You do not know their meaning. You remember them. The gallery reaches an old dwarven structure built into the cavern wall. Unlike the newer goblin construction, this place has symmetry. Columns, carved arches, a long stone facade, decorated with worn geometric reliefs. The goblins have turned it into something practical. Warehouses, stables, barracks. You see rows of weapons through open doors. Spears, shields, bundles of bows. Too many for a farming settlement. You crouch behind the parapet. Watch. A cart enters one warehouse carrying iron spearheads. Another leaves with finished weapons. Nearby, workers load shields onto wagons. The scale makes your skin prickle. Redwater was not preparing for a raid. Greyhaven was not an isolated attack. This is supply, production, movement, war. You take out the second stolen map. One of the hammer-like symbols appears beside this cavern. Now you understand. Production center, perhaps forge, perhaps depot. You add a tiny mark of your own. Then you look for a way through. The service gallery ends above the warehouses. A narrow stair descends into the complex. Bad. Another passage disappears into the dwarven wall. Better. You test it. Dusty, partially collapsed, unused. The passage runs behind the old buildings. It may reconnect beyond the cavern. You enter. After 50 paces, the light disappears. You use flint and a tiny scrap of fungus fiber to ignite a small oil wick stolen from the storehouse. The flame is barely larger than a fingernail. Enough. The corridor contains old dwarven murals. Most have been damaged, not deliberately. A water, mineral growth, figures carved in low relief carry baskets towards stylized mountains. Others stand beside machines built around great wheels. Dwarven script runs beneath. You cannot read that either. For once, ignorance feels egalitarian. The passage bends sharply. A collapsed section blocks the way. You inspect the rubble. Fresh disturbance. Someone has climbed over recently. Human, goblin, impossible to tell. You extinguish the wick. Climb. On the far side, you hear breathing. You freeze. Not yours. Close. A scrape. Then a whisper. Human. Don't. You remain still. A blade touches the side of your neck. The voice is weak. Take another step, and I'll open you. You slowly raise your hands. I'd prefer you didn't. Silence. The knife withdraws slightly. Valemarch. Yes. Prove it. You consider. Greyhaven's north gate has 6 iron braces, and everyone complains. Only 5 are needed. No response. You add, border rangers call the eastern barracks the goat shed, because it smelled that way for 10 years after the cavalry left. The knife lowers. A tiny hooded lamp opens. The light reveals a human face. Thin, bearded, older than you first expected. One eye swollen, nearly shut. The man wears the remains of a border courier's blue coat. Your thoughts return to the body in the ravine outside Hollowmere. Not the same man. This one is alive. Barely. He studies you. Who are you? You give your name and former station. He knows the post. That is enough. The man's name is Orenfell. Courier. Scout when needed. Prisoner for nearly 4 months. 4 months. He nods, then nearly loses balance. You catch him. He flinches from the contact. Easy. Don't say that. Fine. You help him sit anyway. His left ankle is chained. Not to the wall. The chain has been broken near the end. He has dragged 3 feet of it behind him. You use the iron file. The link takes nearly 20 minutes. Oren spends most of that time eating half your remaining loaf. You let him. A starving companion is still a problem. A slightly less starving one can walk. When the chain finally breaks, you ask where he escaped from. Below. Below where? He laughs once. Everything's below something here. Fair. He drinks, then points back toward the passage. Prison camp. Maybe 2 miles northeast. Depends which tunnels you count. Surface captives. Some. How many? Was maybe 60 when they brought me. Was. Oren looks down. They work them. Mines. Quarries, farms, digging, hauling. You do not ask what happened to the others. Not yet. How did you escape? Collapsed drain. They sent 6 of us clearing it. Roof shifted. Guards ran. Others. 2 crushed. 1 couldn't move. 3 of us got out. Where are the other two? Gone. Gone where? We split. Why? Because 4 months chained together teaches you things about people. You accept that answer. Orin looks at your stolen goblin cloak. That's bold. Useful. Until someone sees your legs. It works in bad light. Everything works in bad light. His attention shifts to your pack. Food. You ate most of it. Good. You almost smile. The encounter changes the plan. Orin knows something you do not. Roots. Not all of them, but more than you. He has been moved through the underground kingdom, repeatedly. You know a way south. He scratches his beard. Depends how far. Far enough to reach an open Valemarch road. He gives you a strange look. You came down here voluntarily. Second time. Then maybe they hit you harder than I thought. You show him the stolen surface map. His humor disappears. Where did you get that? Storehouse near Greyhaven. He studies the lines. You know what these marks are. Some. He points toward the square with dot symbol. Military station. You had guessed correctly. The hammer marks. Forge halls or workshops. The black circles. Entrances. Your finger rests on the mark beneath Greyhaven. Orin nods. They've been digging toward it for months. How close? Don't know. He points farther south. This one near Belcross is finished. Your eyes lift. Belcross is not frontier. It sits well inside Valemarch. Finished. I was transported through it. You were on the surface. For maybe an hour, night. They moved us from one tunnel to another. Why didn't you run? He raises the bruised ankle. Chains. Of course. You examine the map again. How far south can we go underground without using the main roads? Orin traces several lines. This way is quieter. A maintenance network. Old dwarven infrastructure. Some sections blocked. Some flooded. He points to a mark near a large underground river. After that, you're stuck. Why? Bridge Fortress. He says the name goblins use. You cannot repeat it properly. So around. No around that I know. Over. Big cavern. Under. He gives you an exhausted smile. Under the underground river. Fair. You remain in the ruined passage until Orin can walk steadily. He knows the agricultural cavern better than you. The passage behind the warehouses connects with an abandoned ore lift. The lift itself is gone. The shaft remains. A spiral maintenance stair descends beside it, then climbs again on the opposite side. Longer route. Hidden route. Exactly what you need. Orin moves badly. Months of poor food have taken strength from him. The bruised ankle does not help. You slow down, not out of kindness alone. A companion who collapses creates noise. Practicality and compassion often share a border. By evening, you reach a chamber above the southern end of the farms. A narrow slit overlooks the road below. You and Orin rest there. He eats dried mushrooms. makes a face. You stole these. Yes, steal better ones next time. You can steal next time. Fair. For a while, the conversation becomes almost normal. He tells you which goblin bread is least unpleasant. You tell him which cave insects indicate safer water. He knows several goblin words, not enough to speak, enough to understand routine commands. Stop, move, count, open, human. That one is useful. He teaches you the sound. You repeat it poorly. Don't say it like that. Why? You said something else. What? No idea. Guards laughed when another prisoner did. You decide not to practice loudly. At night, military traffic increases below. You and Orin watch through the slit. Wagons, spears, armor, food, then something different. Maps. Goblin officers gather beside a long table carried on poles. Workers set it down beneath hanging lamps. A sheet is unrolled. Even from above, you recognize the shape. Valemarch. Not just the frontier. Much of the kingdom. Orin sees it too. Can you get closer? Maybe. That's not an answer. It's the answer. Below, officers place small carved blocks onto the map. Different colors, different shapes, units, positions. You count. Greyhaven receives 3. Belcross receives 2. Redwater region, many. Then blocks appear farther south. Places no goblin army should know well enough to mark. River crossings, fortified towns, supply roads. You need evidence beyond stolen maps. Something the crown cannot dismiss. As a ranger, misreading goblin scratches. You study the chamber. A ventilation duct descends toward the warehouse roof. Narrow. Possible. Orin looks at you. No. You asked if I could get closer. I changed my mind. You can stay. That's not what I mean. You remove the sword. Leave it beside him. Hatchet stays. Knife. Cord. Nothing else. The ventilation duct barely fits. Dust fills your nose. You descend 20 feet and reach a grill. Below is the warehouse roof. You remove 2 rusted pins. The grill shifts. You lower yourself onto the tiles. No one looks up. You crawl to the edge. The officers are 40 paces away. Their voices become clearer. Orin taught you Greyhaven. You hear it. Repeatedly. Another word follows. 3 times. Then an officer taps the map south of the town. You do not understand. You do understand the objects beside the table. Courier tubes. Orders. Waxed hide documents. A runner arrives carrying one. Hands it to an officer. The officer opens it. Reads. Then lays the tube beside the map. You cannot steal the giant map. You might steal the tube. The problem is reaching it. Open courtyard. Guards. Officers. Too much light. You wait. Patience. The meeting lasts nearly an hour. Then rain begins. not surface rain, condensation. A tremor of droplets falls from the cavern ceiling. Workers rush to cover supplies. The map is rolled. Officers disperse. The courier tubes go into a leather case carried by one goblin clerk. One guard accompanies him toward the warehouse beneath you. Better, you retreat across the roof. The clerk enters. The guard remains outside. Inside, the clerk climbs stairs. You find a roof hatch. Locked from beneath, the iron file opens enough space to lift the latch. Slowly, the hatch rises. A storage loft. Empty. You descend. Footsteps below. The clerk enters the office beneath the loft. You see through gaps in the floorboards. He places the leather document case on a desk, then begins writing. You wait. Minutes. The clerk leaves. Without the case, you count to 100, then another 100. Descend. The office smells of wax and ink. You take the case. Too large. Too obvious. Open it. 6 tubes. You cannot carry all. You inspect seals. Meaningless. One bears a stamped symbol, matching Greyhaven's mark on your stolen map. Take it. Another bears the Bellcross symbol Orin, identified. Take it. A third carries several repeated surface down marks. Take it. 3 is enough. More increases discovery. You replace the case exactly. Then hear footsteps. You climb. Too late for the hatch. The clerk returns. You slip behind stacked crates in the loft. Below he sits, begins working again. You are trapped. So you wait. Hours pass. Your legs cramp. The clerk writes. Stops. Eats. Writes again. At one point, another goblin joins him. They talk for almost half an hour. You catch only 2 words. Greyhaven. Human. Eventually, the lamps below dim. The clerk leaves. You climb through the hatch. Replace the latch. Return across the roof. The courtyard is quieter now. You reach the ventilation grill. A patrol crosses below. You flatten. Wait. Then climb. Orin is still where you left him. His expression when you emerge is not relief. It is annoyance. That took half the night. I found something. You show him the tubes. The annoyance disappears. He takes the Bellcross one, turns it over. This seal, you recognize it. Fortress Command. Which fortress? The bridge. The obstacle south. You open the tube carefully. Inside is a strip of thin hide covered in goblin writing. Useless. Then Orin points. These small pictographs appear between sections of text. A bridge, wagons, rows of spear symbols, numbers. He cannot read all of it, but 4 months around goblin guards taught him more than he realized. This says troops. How many? He studies the marks. I think 8 units. Size? Don't know. Another line. Supplies. Then he points toward a surface symbol. Belcross. The message is orders. Movement toward Belcross. The Greyhaven tube is similar. The third contains a map fragment. A route. Several surface settlements marked in sequence. You recognize one. Dunmere. The next lies closer to the Valemarch interior. Orin sits back. That's enough. For what? For anyone with sense. You wrap the messages in oilcloth with the maps. Now you have evidence. Real evidence. And the danger of carrying it changes the journey again. Until now, losing the pack meant hunger. Losing the documents means the crown may never understand what is coming. You sleep only 2 hours. Then you and Orin leave the agricultural cavern by the southern maintenance route. The next several days become a different kind of travel. Slow, careful, you avoid major tunnels. Orin identifies prisoner routes and work passages. You identify safer water and places where tracks can be hidden. At one collapsed mine, you trap 2 pale cave rabbits using cord snares. The first meat you have eaten fresh since Redwater. No fire. You cut thin strips and dry them near a warm ventilation shaft instead. Not pleasant. Food rarely needs to be pleasant anymore. At another point, you spend almost an entire day inside an abandoned drainage tunnel while a military column passes. Hundreds of goblins, then more. Armor clatters through the road for hours. Wagons follow. Siege timber, bundles of iron, barrels. Orin counts under his breath until he loses track. You do not. 1,140 soldiers pass before the final wagon. Approximately, maybe more, and that is only one column on one road. Later, you discover an old dwarven dormitory, hidden behind a collapsed wall. Dry, safe, you allow a tiny fire inside a stone ventilation hearth. After confirming the smoke draws into a larger shaft, the warmth feels almost luxurious. You cook cave rabbit. Orin eats without speaking. Afterward, he stares into the coals. My wife's in Belcross. You had not asked. He continues anyway. Daughter too. That explains why he memorized the symbol. How old? 7. You do not tell him. Everything will be fine. You have seen enough frontier ruins to hate promises made without evidence. Instead, you unfold the map. We get out before the bridge army reaches them. Orin nods. Then what? Warn the crown. And if they don't believe us, you place the stolen military orders beside the map. They'll believe something. The next morning, Orin teaches you 3 more goblin words. Guard, food, work. You teach him how to walk through shallow water without kicking stones. By the 4th day together, you move less like 2 strangers and more like scouts. He begins noticing when you stop. You begin recognizing when his ankle needs rest before he admits it. Neither of you discusses what happens afterward. The immediate world remains enough. On the 5th day, you You reach the river fortress. You smell water first, then hear it, a deep, continuous roar. The passage opens onto a cliff. Below, an underground river, nearly 100 yards wide, tears through a black canyon. The current is fast enough to carry tree trunks. Stone pylons rise from the water. Across them stands a bridge, not dwarven ruins, Goblin military construction. 3 fortified towers guard the near side. 2 more stand across the river. Iron gates block both ends. Barracks cling to the canyon walls. Watchfires burn continuously. Orin lies beside you, behind the rocks. Told you. You study the defenses. At least 200 soldiers. Probably more inside. The stolen map shows no alternate crossing nearby. Upstream, sheer canyon walls. Downstream, the same. You observe the bridge until your eyes ache. Shift changes. Wagon checks. Patrol rotations. The fortress is too alert for disguise. Even in stolen clothing, your height would expose you. Orin looks toward the roaring river. Can you swim? Yes. So can I. Not that. The current would kill both of you. You watch a floating branch strike one of the pylons and vanish beneath the foam. No. Then bridge. No. He sighs. You're difficult to travel with. You barely hear him. Something beneath the bridge has caught your attention. A series of iron rings are fixed along the pylons. Old, dwarven. Below them, half hidden by spray, runs a narrow stone ledge. Maintenance access. Maybe. You follow the line with your eyes. It disappears behind the first tower, then reappears farther out. The bridge cannot be crossed, but perhaps it can be passed underneath. Orin follows your gaze. His expression changes. No. This time you almost smile. That's what you said last time. And last time, you spent half the night stealing military orders. Useful orders. The river will kill us. Only if we fall. Comforting. You wait until the nearest patrol turns away. Then begin crawling toward the old dwarven access stair. The fortress above is full of soldiers preparing to march into Valemarch. Beneath them, the river pounds against stone hard enough to shake the bridge. You tighten every strap, check every knot. The stolen maps and orders are wrapped twice beneath your clothing. No loose metal, no unnecessary weight. Orin removes the remains of his broken chain and leaves them behind. For the first time since his escape, nothing trails from his ankle. He looks at the ledge, then at you. After you, you lower yourself over the canyon edge. Cold spray hits your face immediately. 20 feet below, black water races through the darkness. Above, goblin boots cross the bridge. Between them runs a strip of stone barely wider than your foot. It is not a road. It is not safety. It is simply the place the guards are least likely to look. By now, that has become the kind of route you trust most. The first iron ring is slick with spray. You test it before putting your full weight on it. Rust flakes beneath your fingers, but the metal holds. The old dwarves built for permanence. Even after centuries of damp, neglect, and goblin construction above, enough of their work remains to trust carefully. Carefully is the important part. Below you, the river makes every other sound seem small. Black water tears between the canyon walls, breaking white around the bridge pylons, before disappearing beneath the next span. The current does not flow so much as charge forward. If you fall, there will be no rescue. Probably no body either. You lower one boot onto the maintenance ledge, half a foot wide, perhaps a little more. Orin waits above. How is it? Bad? Useful? You move sideways. Your body stays close to the stone. The first section is easy enough. Iron rings have been set into the bridge wall every few paces, giving you something to hold. Then the ledge disappears beneath mineral growth. You feel for it with your boot. Nothing. Spray strikes your face. The next iron ring is almost 4 feet away. You could reach it. Probably. You look down once. That is a mistake. The river seems to pull at your balance, even from 20 feet above. You look back at the stone. One hand, one foot, then the next. Never the whole distance. You stretch. Fingers reach the ring. Grip. Your rear boot slips. For an instant, all your weight hangs from one arm. The ring groans. Orin makes a sound above you. You swing your foot back against the wall. Find stone. Settle. Nothing breaks. After several breaths, you continue. The first bridge tower stands directly above the next section. You can hear goblins through the floor. Boots, conversation, something heavy being dragged. The maintenance ledge passes beneath a grated opening. Firelight spills through it. You stop before entering the light. Orin reaches the ledge behind you. What? You point. He looks. The grate is perhaps 6 feet ahead. Someone stands directly above it. You can see the outline of boots through the iron bars. A goblin guard. The river masks most sound, not movement. You wait. The boots remain. 5 minutes, maybe longer. Your forearms begin aching from holding yourself against the wall. Orin's injured ankle trembles. He whispers, "Can't stay." You know. The guard above shifts. Still does not leave. There is another option. Water pours from a drainage spout beneath the tower. Behind it, a narrow gap separates 2 courses of stone, too small to stand in, large enough to hide hands and feet. You gesture toward it. Orin stares at you, then nods reluctantly. You move first. The gap is not a passage. It is a seam. You wedge your fingertips into it and climb beneath the ledge. Now your entire body hangs over the river. The first foothold is shallow. The second, almost non-existent. Water from the drain hits your shoulder hard enough to make you gasp. Cold. You flatten against the stone. Move beneath the grate. Above, the guard shifts again. A few drops of your water run upward. No, impossible. You are so focused on the stone that your sense of direction becomes strange. One more reach. Your hand finds another ring. You pull yourself back onto the ledge beyond the grate. Then turn. Orin is halfway beneath it. He moves more slowly. His bad ankle cannot support him properly. One hand slips. His body swings outward. You reach instinctively. Too far. He catches the stone seam again. The goblin above stops moving. Both of you freeze. A voice speaks. Another answers from inside the tower. The guard steps closer to the grate. You can see his silhouette bend. Looking down, Orin presses his face against stone. You stay completely still. The guard peers through the bars. Spray rises between you. Darkness below. Water. Stone. Perhaps your stolen goblin cloak breaks the outline of your body enough. Perhaps the guard sees movement and assumes dripping water. Perhaps he simply does not expect two humans to be hanging underneath his fortress. Expectation hides almost as well as darkness. The goblin straightens. A moment later, the boots move away. Orin reaches the ledge. Neither of you speaks. The bridge continues. The next pylon is worse. Part of the dwarven walkway has collapsed. Only iron rings remain. 3 of them. Then a gap of perhaps 8 feet. Beyond it, a narrow support beam extends beneath the bridge. Orin looks at the missing section. Absolutely not. You examine the wall. Beam. I see it. We can reach it. That's not the problem. The beam is round. Wet. About the width of your forearm. You secure your cord around one of the iron rings. Tie a loop. Then pass the free end around your waist. Not enough to stop a full fall. Enough to keep you from vanishing immediately. You cross first, hands on the upper stonework, feet sideways along the beam. No looking down. The bridge vibrates whenever wagons pass overhead. Each tremor travels through your arms. Halfway across, something drops from above. A goblin soldier has thrown an apple core through a drainage slit. It strikes your shoulder. You nearly lose your grip. The core falls into the river. You remain attached to the bridge. Barely. When you reach the far side, you anchor the rope again. Orin follows. His ankle fails once. The rope catches him hard against the bridge wall. He bites down on a cry. You haul. He finds the beam again. By the time he reaches you, his face has gone gray. Ankle, still attached. Can you walk? Ask after I stop wanting to kill you. You rest beneath the stonework for several minutes. No one can afford pride anymore. If a leg fails, you rest it. If hands shake, you wait. Survival punishes people who confuse endurance with recklessness. Eventually, Orin nods. Continue. The center span passes beneath the main gatehouse. Here the maintenance ledge widens. For the first time, there is enough room to crouch. An old dwarven inspection chamber has been cut into the bridge support. door is gone. Inside, the river becomes slightly quieter. You and Orin crawl in. Both of you are soaked. Your fingers barely close. You flex them until circulation returns. Orin massages his ankle. How far? Half. Wonderful. From above comes the muffled rhythm of organized movement. Marching many feet, you crawl toward a crack in the chamber ceiling. Through it, faint torchlight flickers. A voice calls commands. Then gates open. The bridge trembles. A military column begins crossing overhead. You and Orin look at each other. The timing is fortunate in one sense. No guard will hear you now. Less fortunate in another. Hundreds of soldiers are moving directly above your heads. You wait. Boots pass. More. Then wagon wheels. Pack animals. Iron-rimmed carts. The bridge vibrates continuously. Dust falls from the ceiling. Orin leans his head back against the stone. This isn't the same column we saw. No. How many armies do they have? You do not answer. The marching continues. A quarter hour. Half an hour. Longer. You use the time to check your equipment. The outer oilcloth around the documents is damp. The inner wrapping remains dry. Good. Your bread is less fortunate, half dissolved into paste. You eat it anyway. Orin receives the other half. He makes no complaint this time. The military column eventually ends. Silence does not return immediately. Workers follow, then empty wagons, then guards. Only when normal bridge traffic resumes do you continue. The far half proves easier. Not safe. Easier. More of the dwarven walkway survives. You reach the last support tower before either of you falls. Then encounter a new problem. The maintenance path ends at a locked iron hatch. Beyond it, according to Orin's memory, should be a drainage corridor opening on the southern side. The hatch has been repaired recently. Goblin iron. Goblin lock. You study it. Too heavy to force without noise. The iron file might work. Eventually, you begin. The river covers the scraping. Orin watches the bridge above. 10 minutes. 20. A notch forms. Not enough. Your fingers cramp. You switch hands. 30 minutes. The pin finally moves. Then stops. You use the hatchet point as leverage. Metal shifts. The lock opens. Not fully. Enough. You push the hatch. It moves an inch. Then catches. Something is behind it. You peer through the gap. Wood. A crate. Of course. The goblins use the old drainage corridor for storage. You close the hatch slightly. Think. Orin whispers, "Can we go around?" You look beyond the tower. No ledge. The bridge support meets the canyon wall directly. The only way off from here is through. You push again. The crate moves perhaps half an inch. Heavy. Orin joins. Both of you press. Wood grinds against stone. The river masks most of it. Not all. The crate shifts. 2 inches. 4. Enough to squeeze an arm through. You feel around. Another crate beside it. Bad arrangement. Orin points downward. The hatch frame is wider near the bottom, where erosion damaged the stone. Maybe. You remove the pack. Push it through first. Then one shoulder. Chest. Your stolen cloak catches. You pull free. Hips. Boots. Inside. The storage corridor is dark. You move the crate just enough for Orin. He squeezes through. You close the hatch. Then put the crate back as nearly as possible. No one will mistake it for untouched if they inspect carefully. You need them not to inspect. The corridor smells of grain. Barrels line one wall. Crates the other. A dim lamp burns near an arched doorway 30 paces away. Voices beyond. The fortress. You are inside it. Orin mouths an obscenity. You point upward. A staircase. You do not take it. Downward. A drainage gutter runs beneath the storage shelves. Large enough for water. Not people. Another door stands near the rear. Unlocked. Behind it is a narrow service tunnel. Dwarven again. Dust. Goblin footprints. Some, not many. You take it. The passage climbs gradually. You are expecting an exit. Instead, it opens into a kitchen. 3 goblins stand around a broad iron stove. You stop in the doorway. They stop too. For a moment, nobody does anything. The stolen cloak buys, perhaps 1 heartbeat. 2. Then 1 goblin looks upward. At your height. Human. It shouts. You cross the room before the second shout. No sword. Too slow in tight quarters. Hatchet. The first goblin grabs a knife. You strike his forearm, not his head. The knife falls. Orin tackles the second into a flour bin. The third runs toward the outer door. You grab a wooden bowl and throw it. Miss. The goblin reaches the latch. Orin sees. He throws the kitchen knife. Not elegantly. Not like a storybook assassin. The knife strikes handle first between the goblin's shoulders. Useless. But the goblin turns. That hesitation gives you time. You cross. Your shoulder hits him into the door. Knife hand. Twist. Body weight. The struggle becomes ugly and brief. When it ends, all 3 goblins are down. 1 still breathing. You kneel. The creature stares at you. Young, maybe barely grown. Its hand moves toward the dropped knife. You kick the blade away. There is no practical way to take a prisoner. No practical way to leave an alarm behind either. You make the decision. Quickly. Afterward, Orin leans against the flour bin. Neither of you says anything. Combat was easier when dozens of soldiers were around. Noise, orders, movement. Now everybody has consequences. Blood on the floor. Missing workers. Time. You check the door. No one outside yet. Clothes, you whisper. Orin understands. You strip the outer garments from 2 kitchen workers. His fits badly, yours worse. Still, hoods matter. Aprons hide weapons. You smear flour across the blood on your sleeve, then drag the bodies into the service tunnel and close the door. It will not fool anyone long. Minutes, perhaps. Enough. You step into the fortress proper. The corridor is busy. That helps. Workers move in both directions. Goblin soldiers barely glance at kitchen laborers. You stoop slightly, not enough to look ridiculous, enough to reduce the difference in height at a distance. Orin limps naturally now. Your biggest danger is not appearance. It is behavior. You do not know where workers are allowed to go, so you follow others. A pair carrying empty baskets turns down a stair. You follow. The stair descends to a lower courtyard built into the canyon wall. Here, water noise becomes louder. Good. Several drainage channels converge toward a grated opening. Better. The south side must be near. Then a guard calls something. You keep walking. The voice repeats. Closer. Orin whispers one word. Stop. You stop. The guard approaches. Broad shoulders. Red cloth tied around one arm. He speaks. You recognize none of it. Orin answers. One goblin word. Food. The guard says more. Orin repeats it. Food. The guard looks at you. Your face remains lowered. He reaches out, grabs your hood. You cannot let him pull it back. Your hand moves toward the knife. Then bells ring. Not alarm bells. Shift bells. Workers all around the courtyard change direction. The guard looks toward the sound. Orin lifts an empty basket from a passing stack and shoves it into your hands. Food, he says again, louder, then points toward the kitchen levels. The guard swears, shoves you away, lets you go. You walk, not fast. Running would ruin everything. At the first corner, you turn, then descend another stair. The drainage channels widen. Cold air. You are close. A tunnel appears ahead. Iron grate. Beyond it, darkness. Surface darkness. You can smell wet leaves. Outside, one guard sits beside the grate. Only one. Orin looks at you. You shake your head. Not combat, if avoidable. You wait behind barrels. The guard sits, drinks, picks his teeth with a sliver of bone. 5 minutes. 10. No shift. No one arrives. You cannot remain. The kitchen bodies will be found. Soon, Orin gestures toward a clay jug beside the barrels, then toward the guard. You understand. He takes the jug, walks out as though carrying kitchen waste. The guard barely looks. Orin reaches the drainage trench, trips deliberately. The jug shatters. Water spreads across the floor. The guard jumps up angrily. Perfect. He comes toward Orin. You circle behind, arm around throat, knife beneath ribs. The goblin struggles. Strong. Its heel kicks the floor. Orin catches the spear before it falls. You hold until the body stops moving. No heroics. No clean duel. Just weight, leverage, and silence. You take the key. Open the grate. The first alarm horn sounds before you close it behind you. Kitchen found. You and Orin run. The drainage tunnel leads downhill. Fresh air strengthens. Behind, bells begin ringing throughout the fortress. You reach daylight. Not daylight. Dawn. Gray light spreads across a narrow ravine. Outside the southern canyon. Trees. Real rain. You continue downhill. No attempt to hide yet. Distance first. The fortress horns become louder. You enter a stream. Follow it south. Then leave across stone. Double back east. Climb. By full morning, you have covered perhaps 3 miles. Orin's ankle is failing. You find a shallow cave beneath sandstone and crawl inside. Both of you are soaked. Exhausted. Alive. The bridge fortress lies behind. The Goblin military road continues ahead. For the first time, the stolen map shows you south of their strongest underground defenses. Orin laughs quietly. What? We did it. You almost correct him. You do not. For a few minutes, doing it is enough. You sleep. When you wake, the rain has stopped. Orin is sitting at the cave mouth. He is holding the Bellcross order. You know how far? To Bellcross. He nods. Surface. Maybe 2 days, if roads were safe. They aren't. No. He folds the message. My family. You know where this is going. We travel south together. He shakes his head. Bellcross is east. The crown needs these documents. Take them. You know the Goblin roots. You know enough now. Orin. He turns. 4 months underground have hollowed his face. But something has returned to it since you met him. Purpose. My wife doesn't know I'm alive. You say nothing. My daughter probably thinks I'm dead too. Going to Bellcross alone may make that true. Going south guarantees I abandon them if the goblins get there first. They may already be warned. By who? No answer. He looks down at the map. You saw those troops. Yes. We're ahead of them, he says. Maybe a day, maybe 2. If you use the road, they'll catch you. I won't. Your ankle will hurt. It will slow you. Then I'll be slow. You understand, because you have spent days making the same kind of choices. Not safe choices, necessary ones. Still, you try once more. Come south. We reach Dunmere. Send riders to Bellcross. If Dunmere isn't cut off, it is the problem neither of you can ignore. The underground roads may already extend farther than your evidence shows. Orin hands you the Bellcross tube. Keep the original. You should take it. Know if I'm caught, they get it back. He copies the important symbols onto a scrap of cloth using charcoal. Crude, enough to show someone. Then he points at the route. I go east through the quarry hills. too open. Then tell me better. You do. The next hour becomes route planning. Springs, tree lines, old shepherd tracks, places to avoid. You give him half the food. He refuses. You give it anyway. He gives you 2 goblin words in return. South, army, useful. You teach him how to hide a trail in leaf mold. He already knows some. Not enough. When everything is prepared, the 2 of you stand outside the cave. Neither has much to say. There are no grand speeches left underground. Orin offers his hand. You take it. If you reach people first, he says, tell them Belcross. I will. And if I do, tell them everything. He nods, then starts east. You watch him for perhaps 30 seconds. A limping man in stolen goblin clothing, carrying half a loaf of bad bread, and a copped warning toward a town that may already be in danger. Then the trees hide him. You turn south. For the first time since the agricultural caverns, you are alone again. This time, the solitude feels different. You had begun adjusting to another pair of footsteps, another person taking watch, someone to disagree with, someone who understood what the tunnels looked like, because explanations were unnecessary. Now silence returns immediately. By midday, you begin rebuilding your habits around it. Stop, listen, move, not as a rhythm, as decisions. Every patch of ground is judged before you cross it. Every water source is checked. Every hill becomes an observation point. You travel 2 miles during the entire afternoon. That is enough. Near dusk, you discover a goblin patrol ahead. 7 soldiers, 1 scent animal. You could circle west. Adds perhaps 3 hours. You do. The detour takes 4. Worth it. Night becomes your preferred travel time. The moon stays hidden behind clouds. You follow a ridge where exposed stone leaves little sign. At dawn, you find a narrow cleft overlooking another underground entrance. You do not approach. Instead, you watch. Workers emerge carrying empty carts. Later, wagons return loaded with iron ore. Mining route, not military. You mark it on the stolen map. Another piece. You are no longer only carrying evidence. You are improving it. The next day brings the first real injury since Greyhaven. Nothing dramatic. That makes it more dangerous. While climbing a wet slope, your boot slips between 2 rocks. The ankle twists. Pain shoots upward. You fall. For several minutes, you remain still. Then test it. Not broken. You can bear weight. Barely. You find a sheltered hollow. Stop for the day. The old version of this expedition might have continued. 30 soldiers nearby. Brother Cal with bandages. A camp waiting. Now stupidity has no one to rescue it. You remove the boot before swelling traps your foot inside. Wrap the ankle. Elevate it on your pack. Rest all day. Hunger bothers you. patience bothers you more. Still you stay. By evening, swelling has stabilized. You move again, only after dark. Slower, using a branch as a staff. The injury changes your choices. No steep slopes, no long jumps, no running unless absolutely necessary. You begin looking for food because your remaining supplies will not last. Near a stream, you find small three-toed prints, cave grouse, surface breeding variety. You build 2 snares. The first catches nothing. The second catches a bird before dawn. You kill it quickly, pluck it in a depression, hidden from the trail. No fire. Raw meat is riskier. You build a tiny smokeless flame between stones beneath a fallen log, using dry inner bark, barely enough to roast strips. The smell concerns you. You cook only what you need, then extinguish the coals with mud and scatter the remains. Bones go into the stream, feathers buried beneath rotting leaves. Nothing obvious. Every meal has become an operation. Every rest has become concealment. Every mile is earned. 3 days after leaving Orin, you reach a limestone escarpment overlooking the valley of Dunmere. The town should be visible. It is. So is smoke. You lie behind a boulder and use the spyglass. Dunmere still stands. Stone outer wall, red roofs, temple tower, Valemarch banners. No fires inside. The smoke comes from north of town. Military camps. Goblin. Not 1. At least 6. Your stomach tightens. They are here already. Then you notice something else. Movement along the western road. Human riders. Valemarch cavalry. The road is open, not completely surrounded. Dunmere knows. Maybe Greyhaven sent word before isolation. Maybe refugees reached them. Maybe something else. Relief comes carefully now. You study the approaches for an hour. Then another. Goblin scouts patrol north and east. The west remains contested. You might reach the human cavalry, but the stolen map shows a black circle beneath the southern ridge. Another goblin entrance. If they have tunnels beneath Dunmere, riding directly to the town may only put your evidence inside another trap. You need someone with authority who can move the warning farther. Then you see the banners. A cavalry patrol emerges from the west gate. 20 riders. At their head flies the silver hawk of the Crown's Northern Field Command. Not local militia, royal military. Exactly what Captain Vale wanted. The riders move west, away from the siege. You watch their route. Calculate. If you descend now and cut through the birch ravine, you can intercept them 2 miles from town. Perhaps your ankle protests when you stand. You tighten the wrap. Mud goes across your face again. The goblin cloak stays in the pack. Human soldiers seeing you in it would complicate matters. You begin down the escarpment. Not fast. Fast enough. The cavalry is moving. For the first time in weeks, the person you need to reach is not behind a goblin wall, beneath a mountain or across an underground river. They are only a few miles away. That should feel easy. Instead, you find yourself checking every shadow, every ridge, every patch of disturbed earth. Weeks beneath the kingdom have taught you something you may never entirely unlearn. The most dangerous stretch of any escape is the one where safety becomes visible. The cavalry reaches the birch ravine before you do. You hear the horses first, hooves striking stone, harness rings, the low murmur of men who believe they are still several miles from the enemy. You stop below the ridge and listen until you can separate individual sounds. 20 riders, just as you counted from above. Maybe 21. No goblin movement nearby. The ravine narrows 50 paces ahead, forcing the cavalry into a single column. You could step into the road. That would be the simple choice. Weeks of survival have made simple choices suspicious. Instead, you climb onto a shelf of rock above the trail and wait until the silver hawk banner appears. The lead rider wears a dark blue coat beneath a breastplate polished enough to catch the morning light. Gray shows at his temples. A narrow scar crosses his chin. Royal officer. Behind him ride scouts, lancers, and 2 messengers carrying leather dispatch cases. Exactly the people you need. You step from behind the rock. Valemarch. Half the patrol draws weapons. A crossbow comes up. A horse shies. You raise both hands. Border Ranger. Don't move, someone orders. You don't. The lead officer studies you. Mud-stained clothing. Torn pack. Goblin cord tied around your equipment. A face that has probably not been properly washed in weeks. Name. You give it. Station. You give that too. One of the scouts behind him frowns. I know the station. Good. The officer dismounts. Captain Valemarch, Northern Field Command. His eyes settle on Marin's sword. Where's your unit? Dead. The ravine becomes quieter. Which unit? Redwater Expedition. Now several soldiers look at each other. Mar steps closer. Captain Vale's force. Yes, we received word they entered the mine. They did. When you tell him, his expression changes. That was more than 3 weeks ago. You knew it had been weeks. Hearing the number spoken still feels strange. Mar asks, where have you been? You reach beneath your shirt slowly. Several soldiers tense. Documents. The oilcloth bundle comes out. You hand it to him. Mar opens the first layer. Goblin hide maps. Military orders. The stolen slate. He looks at the symbols, then at you. What am I looking at? A kingdom. He almost asks something else. Instead, he sees the map of Greyhaven. Recognition is immediate. Where did you get this? Goblin Supply Depot. This is Greyhaven. Yes. One of the messengers dismounts. Mar gives him the map. Rend. The messenger studies it. His face loses color. Captain, what? These roads, he points. I rode the east road last month. These markings match the ridge stations. You take out the larger map. Those aren't all surface roads. Mar looks at you. Most are underground. Silence. You kneel and spread the hide across a flat stone. The soldiers gather, despite themselves. You point north. Redwater, then Greyhaven. Here, Belcross, Dunmere. Your finger moves beneath the inked surface towns. These lines are tunnels. Some are old dwarven works, some Goblin military roads, farms, settlements, fortresses. Captain Mar says nothing. You continue. They have a bridge fortress beneath this river. Forge halls here. Supply sites here. Surface entrances marked with these circles. The messenger looks toward Dunmere. There is one beneath us, near the southern ridge. Mar's attention snaps to you. How sure? I've used that symbol at 3 entrances. The captain folds the map too quickly. Back to Dunmere. You catch his arm. Several soldiers move. Mar looks at your hand. You release him. Don't use the same route. Why? They watch roads. We're cavalry. That makes you easier to see. His mouth tightens. You point toward the birch ravine. West along the stream. Cross at the old mill road. Approach the town from southwest. Adds an hour. Probably. You think we're being followed. No. Then, I think if I know your patrol left Dunmere, they probably do too. Mar studies you. 3 weeks underground have not made you persuasive in the way officers prefer. You have no polished report, no seal, no formal chain of command. Only mud, stolen documents, and certainty. The captain looks toward his scouts. One shrugs. Mill roads passable. Mar mounts. Southwest. No one argues. They give you a horse. You refuse it. The captain stares. My ankle. Then ride. I'll slow you if I fall. You'll slow us more walking. Fair. You mount. The horse smells almost overwhelmingly alive. Warm hide. Sweat. Leather. You had forgotten that particular mixture. The animal dislikes you. Possibly because you smell like goblins. Possibly because you have forgotten how to sit normally. The patrol turns west. You ride near the front. Every instinct tells you the formation is too loud. Hooves strike stone. Bridles jingle. The banner snaps in the breeze. You catch yourself looking for places to hide every few hundred yards. Captain Mar notices. Something. No. Then why do you keep looking backward? You consider the question, because sometimes something's there. He does not ask again. The detour proves worthwhile. Halfway to the old mill road, one scout finds fresh goblin tracks, crossing the direct route you would have taken. 8, perhaps 10. Watching, Mar looks at you. No apology. No compliment, only adjustment. Double the flank scouts. A sensible man. That helps. Dunmere's west. Gate opens before you arrive. The Silver Hawk receives priority. Refugees waiting outside are pushed aside. You dislike that. There is nothing you can do about it. Inside, the town has become a military camp. Carts block streets. Archers occupy rooftops. Temple courtyards hold wounded soldiers and displaced families. Blacksmiths work beneath canvas awnings because the ordinary forges cannot meet demand. Every public well has an armed guard. That last detail catches your attention. Captain Marr notices. Greyhaven sent a raven 2 days before the road closed. Poisoned water. 1 village. Guard every cistern too. We are good. Dunmere knows more than Greyhaven did. Still not enough. The patrol rides directly to the old magistrate's hall. The building has been converted into Northern Field Command headquarters. You are taken inside. Food appears. Actual food. Barley stew. Fresh bread. Cheese. You stare at it longer than expected. Captain Marr misreads the hesitation. Eat. You do. Too quickly at first. Your stomach protests. You slow down. A healer examines your ankle while you speak. You dislike both activities occurring together. The healer cuts away the old wrap. Marr listens as you describe Redwater. Not the whole journey. There is no time. The cavern, the farms, the roads, the collapse, Greyhaven, the bridge fortress, the military columns, the maps, the prisoner camps, the forge halls, the documents. You mention Orenfell. A clerk looks up sharply. Courier Fell. You know him. Missing 4 months. He escaped. When? You give the approximate day. Where is he? Headed toward Belcross. The clerk looks at Marr. We sent nothing to Belcross. Marr's face hardens. Send now. West Road only. Then west. A messenger leaves. The healer presses your swollen ankle. Pain jumps up your leg. You grip the edge of the table. Not broken, she says. Useful. You've been walking on it. Yes. Don't. Captain Marr almost smiles. The healer does not. 2 days. No. At least 1. No. She looks to Marr as though officers can compel bones. Marr says, bandage it. You like him slightly more for that. A second officer enters. Commander Edrin Saul. The silver hawk on his collar is larger than Marr's. Older, heavy-set, calm. He studies the documents before acknowledging you. The Goblin military orders trouble him most. He has a translator. Not Goblin exactly. A scholar named Vera, who learned the language from captured raiders and old frontier records. She cannot read everything. Enough. The Greyhaven order takes 20 minutes. When she finishes, no one speaks. Commander Saul says, again. She translates more slowly. The order describes supply allocation. 3 infantry cohorts to remain north. Engineer groups to continue excavation. Siege stores to be transferred through a place. whose name does not translate cleanly. Then, surface objective, Greyhaven. No surprise there. Vera opens the Bellcross tube. Her hands become less steady. Movement date. How long, Mar asks. She calculates from the Goblin calendar notation. Either yesterday or today. You think of Orin. Saul says numbers. 6 warbands and 2 auxiliaries. Warband size. Old records vary. Estimate 300 to 500 each. Mar exhales. 2,000. Maybe 3. Heading toward Belcross. The final tube is worse. Not an order. A timetable. Settlements. Roads. Supply intervals. Goblin words for stages. Vera traces one column. This means opening. Opening what? Saul asks. Possibly passage. Possibly gate. Another mark. Occupation. Another. Preparation. Dates run for months. Commander Saul stands. The room changes with him. Seal the building. A guard closes the doors. Saul looks at you. You said there could be hundreds of thousands. I said there may be. Based on what? Cities. How many did you personally see? One large. Several settlements. Farms, military stations. Population. Unknown. He does not like unknowns. Commanders rarely do. You may be wrong. Yes, that surprises him. You continue. I hope I am. Vera unfolds the large map. You aren't wrong about the scale. Everyone looks. She has identified more symbols now. The lines beneath Valemarch spread across the hide. Farther south than even you understood. Commander Saul leans over the table. What is this? Vera points to a repeated mark. Old Dwarven word beneath Goblin writing. You can read Dwarven. Enough. What word? She hesitates. Foundation. The map becomes different after that. Those lines are not merely tunnels near towns. Some pass directly beneath them. Saul looks toward the floor. Dunmere, a surface town, with goblin works beneath its foundations. He issues orders immediately. Close all cellars connected to old mines. Search wells, drainage channels, crypts, storehouses, any dwarven masonry below street level. Mar adds, no one goes alone. The headquarters erupts into movement. You finish the stew, while everyone else begins discovering the size of the problem. For once, you are not the person responsible for every decision. The relief lasts less than an hour. A bell rings outside. 3 strokes. Pause. 3 again. Military alarm. Captain Mar reaches the window. East wall. You stand. The healer grabs your shoulder. Sit. You don't. A horn sounds outside the town. Goblin. Then another beneath it. Not distant. Close. The floor vibrates. Everyone becomes still. Dust trickles from one corner of the ceiling. A second vibration follows. Deep. Underground. Vera looks at the map. Commander Saul says, where? You are already moving toward it. The black circle south of Dunmere, the tunnel line. It does not stop at the ridge. It continues directly beneath the town. The foundations. Another rumble. This one strong enough to rattle cups. Outside, people begin shouting. Captain Marr looks at you. Can they collapse the town? Maybe. You remember Redwater. Timber supports. Oiled. Prepared rockfalls. They don't have to. Saul understands. They open underneath us. The first explosion comes from the southern quarter. Stone dust erupts beyond the window. Not magic. Powder. Dwarven blasting salt, perhaps. Or some goblin equivalent. A bell tower tilts. Does not fall. Then horns sound inside Dunmere. Not Valemarch horns. The assault has begun from below. Soldiers rush from headquarters. You follow. The street outside is chaos. People run north. Soldiers run south. Smoke rises from a grain warehouse. Goblin infantry pours from a collapsed cellar beside the old bathhouse. Not hundreds yet. Dozens. Enough to seize a street. Archers on rooftops fire downward. Dunmere guards form shield lines. You watch from the headquarters steps. The sight feels familiar. Too familiar. Open ground. Noise. Everyone looking toward the obvious threat. Commander. Saul turns. Where are your reserve wells? What? Water. Temple Square. West Barracks. Guard them. They are guarded. Double it. Saul relays the order. You look toward the town walls. East alarm. Underground attack south. That means pressure in two directions. A third will come. You know it before the western gate horn sounds. Not attack. Signal. Riders approaching. The messenger sent toward Belcross. No. Too soon. Refugees flood toward the gatehouse. Then an officer arrives at a run. Western road blocked. Commander Saul swears. Dunmere is being closed. Just like Redwater. Just like Greyhaven. Different scale. Same method. Cut exits. Control water. Force movement. Hunt what remains. Your skin goes cold despite the sun. You know this pattern. Commander Saul still thinks in terms of holding a town. He should. That is his responsibility. Yours is different. The evidence must leave. You turn toward the headquarters. Captain Marr follows your gaze. What? The maps can't stay here. Saul hears. Dunmere will hold. Maybe. His eyes narrow. You add, Greyhaven probably thought so. The words are harsh. Necessary. Vera gathers the documents. Commander Saul takes a moment, then asks, nearest headquarters south. Stonecross, Marr says. Number Field Council. Moved to Harrogate after Greyhaven went silent. Harrogate, a fortified city 2 days south by road. Longer now. Saul makes the decision. Rend, the messenger appears. Take copies, South Postern. You shake your head. They'll watch it. Saul's patience thins. What do you suggest? You look at the Goblin map. Dunmere sits atop old dwarven construction. Foundations, drainage, the same civilization that built ventilation shafts, bridge maintenance ledges, aqueducts. A town this old must have waterworks beneath it. Show me the oldest drains. Mar understands first. The monastery sewer. Saul looks at him. Collapsed. Partly. Where does it go? South Ravine. You study the map. The Goblin underground route runs southeast. If the old drain runs south, it may cross or bypass their works. That's the route. Saul considers sending soldiers. You stop him. One person. You're injured. One person makes less noise. Wren is a royal courier, and they'll expect couriers. Wren looks mildly offended. You continue. They'll search gates, roads, posterns. A ranger crawling through a collapsed drain isn't a military movement. Captain Mar says he's right. The commander hates that. Then another explosion shakes the southern quarter. Choice disappears. Saul points to the documents. Copies stay, originals go. Vera wraps them. The large map, Greyhaven map, orders, slate, her new translations, all sealed inside waxed leather. The packet goes under your coat. Commander Saul looks at you. Reach Harrogate. You nod. If Harrogate is threatened, keep going. To where? King's Council at Veilcrown, if you must. Another horn sounds. Closer. Saul grips your shoulder once. Make someone understand. You know that instruction. Captain Vale gave you the same one without using those words. You leave headquarters through the rear. Captain Mar takes you to the old monastery quarter. Fighting spreads through Dunmere. Not everywhere. That is almost worse. One street contains battle. The next contains families carrying bedding. At a bakery, a woman continues handing loaves through a window, while soldiers run past. Ordinary life refuses to stop all at once. The old monastery stands near the southern wall. Its lower crypt has already been opened. 2 guards hold lanterns. Mar leads you down. Stone steps, dry tombs, an iron grate. Behind it, an ancient channel drops sharply beneath the wall. Cold water covers the bottom. You know where it exits, you ask. Old maps show the ravine. How far? Half-mile. To Azy. You look at the masonry. Dwarven. Older than Dunmere. The tunnel may go much farther. Captain Mar gives you a fresh water skin. Food. Bandages. A small oil lamp. You take most. Leave the metal cup. Too noisy. He notices. Still doing that. What? Removing everything. Only things I don't need. He offers a short bow. You take it. 6 arrows. Useful enough to justify the weight. Then he hands you something else. A small brass cylinder. Signal flare. Pull the cap. Strike the cord. No. He looks surprised. Why not? Light underground. You might need rescue. If I need this underground, rescue probably isn't close. He almost argues, then puts it away. Better. The alarm bells above continue. Mar opens the grate. You know, when we found you this morning, I thought you were half mad. Only half. Generous. You step into the water. He holds out his hand. You take it. See you in Harrogate, he says. It is the kind of promise soldiers make, because the alternative is silence. You do not correct him. Then the grate closes. You are underground again. Alone. The drain is narrow at first. Brick gives way to carved stone. Water reaches your ankles, then calves. You move south. Above, Dunmere's battle becomes a muffled vibration. Eventually, even that fades. The tunnel forks. Mars' old map is useless now. You choose the stronger airflow. Southwest, the channel narrows, then opens into an older dwarven conduit. Your lamp reveals carvings showing waves beneath mountains. Drainage system, not sewer, much older. Cold air flows against you. Study. You extinguish the lamp. Air becomes your guide. Hours pass. The tunnel descends instead of rising. Wrong direction for the surface. You nearly turn back. Then you remember underground rivers. Water systems follow grade, not human intention. A drain may descend before emerging miles away. You continue. At one junction, goblin footprints cross the mud. Fresh, you wait in darkness while voices pass along a side corridor. 3 workers, not searching. They never know you are there. Farther on, the drain is flooded, waist deep, then chest. You tie the documents higher, beneath your coat. The current is gentle, cold enough to numb your legs. You move slowly. At one point, the ceiling drops until only a foot of air remains above the water. The old panic returns, not from goblins, from stone, the idea of the tunnel filling. You stop, listen. Air still flows toward you. That means open space ahead. You continue. 20 paces, 30. The ceiling rises. You breathe fully again. Hours become difficult to count. Your ankle worsens. The cold helps swelling, then makes the joint stiff. You rest on a stone ledge. Eat, drink, no fire, no sound except water. For the first time since Greyhaven, you allow yourself to think of the expedition. Vale, Marin, Tomas, Haven, Cal, Pellin, Bren, names belonging to people rather than losses. You had not avoided remembering them deliberately. There had simply always been another immediate problem. Hunger, patrol, water, shelter, route. Now the drain gives you silence. You sit with it, then stand again. The tunnel continues. Eventually, the dwarven masonry changes. Cracks widen. Roots enter. Small at first, then larger. You touch one. Alive. Cold air strengthens. Surface, maybe. You no longer trust that word easily. The drain turns sharply and opens into a vast, ruined chamber. Columns lean beneath mineral deposits. A sunken floor is filled with black water. Across the chamber, dozens of drainage arches disappear into darkness. Which one? You extinguish the lamp again. Stand, feel. Most air is still. One arch breathes. Cold, clean. You choose it. The passage beyond has partly collapsed. You crawl. Your shoulder catches. The pack comes off, just as it did beneath Redwater weeks ago. This time, no soldiers push behind. No one pulls ahead. You work slowly. Shift stones. Test each before moving it. A careless collapse now would bury the only copy of everything Valemarch needs to see. The gap opens. You squeeze through. Beyond, the air is unmistakable. Night air, leaf mold, rain. You smell both. Not memory, not roots, not a higher cavern. The surface, you follow the drain upward. Water runs past your boots. The channel becomes narrower. Then moonlight appears. A pale rectangle. You stop before it. Listen. Wind. Insects. An owl. No horns. No boots. No goblin voices. You approach. Iron bars block the final opening. Old. Rust nearly eaten through. You use the file. The first bar takes 10 minutes. The second bends after 5. You push through. Grass touches your hands. You crawl onto a hillside beneath open sky. For several minutes, you simply lie there. The stars are brighter than you remember. Perhaps because there are no walls near them. Perhaps because you have spent too long measuring ceilings. Cold wind moves across the hillside. Far below, lights glow. A city, large, stone walls form an uneven oval around hundreds of rooftops. Watchtowers burn with white beacon fires. A broad river reflects moonlight beyond them. You recognize the place after several moments. Harrogate, not because you have visited often, because every northern ranger knows its silhouette. The old citadel sits on a hill inside the eastern wall. 3 square towers, one taller central keep. The Northern Crown Council uses it whenever frontier war threatens. You laugh. Once, quietly, the ancient drainage system did not merely carry you out. It carried you almost directly where you needed to go. Not luck entirely. Dunmere's old waterworks were built when Harrogate controlled much more of the northern watershed. The dwarven engineers connected valleys. Modern maps no longer remember. Still, you accept the gift. You stand. Your ankle nearly fails. You tighten the bandage, then begin walking downhill. The city gate challenges you before you come within 50 paces. Stop. Crossbows aim from the wall. You stop. Name and business. You give both. Open the gate. A guard laughs. Gates stay closed until dawn. You remove the waxed packet. I have military dispatches from Commander Saul at Dunmere. That stops the laughter. A small viewing door opens. Torchlight. A sergeant looks through. Where's your horse? Don't have one. Courier. Ranger. Where did you come from? Dunmere. He looks past you at the empty hillside. On foot. Mostly underground. The viewing door closes. You wait. A minute. 2. Then chains move. Not the main gate. A narrow sally port opens. 6 soldiers surround you immediately. You do not resist. They search your pack. Take Marin's sword. The goblin clothing causes concern. The maps cause more. Within 10 minutes, you are inside Harrowgate. Within 20, climbing the Citadel Road. Within 30, standing before a council chamber, while an exhausted clerk tries to tell you that the Northern Crown Council will convene at dawn. You place the waxed packet on his desk. Dunmere is under attack. The clerk stops. Commander Saul ordered these delivered. Yes. Then I'll wake General Marrow. Wake all of them. He looks offended. You have no energy left to care. You unwrap the first goblin map. Spread it across his desk. His expression changes. You point to Harrowgate. A black tunnel line runs beneath it. The clerk stares. You say all of them. This time he runs. The council chamber fills before the bells mark midnight. No one looks pleased to be there. General Thane Marrow arrives first, still fastening the collar of his uniform. He is a tall man past 60, with iron-gray hair cut close to the scalp, and the posture of someone who has spent most of his life wearing armor. 2 regional commanders follow, then the master of engineers, a crown magistrate, 3 military clerks, a representative of the Ashen Temple. Last comes Lady Senra Vale, the crown's northern minister, wearing a dark traveling robe over whatever clothes she had been sleeping in. You notice the name immediately. Vale. Captain Garin Vale had mentioned an older sister once during the march to Redwater. Only once. Something about losing arguments to her since childhood. You say nothing. The counselors gather around the long table. The stolen goblin map lies across its center. Harrowgate has been marked. So has Greyhaven, Dunmere, Belcross, settlements farther south, roads, rivers, and beneath nearly all of them, the black web of tunnels. General Marrow looks at you. Start at the beginning. You do. This time, no one interrupts for several minutes. Redwater Mine, the tracks outside, the Dwarven Road, the Great Cavern, the farms, the first organized patrols, the collapsed return route. You describe the expedition turning deeper, the fungal forest, the surface exits, Hollowmere, Greyhaven, the loss of the party. Somewhere in that part of the telling, Lady Vale understands. She does not ask. Not yet. You continue. The supply depots, the military roads, the forge halls, the bridge fortress, the prisoner camps, or in Fell, Dunmere, the old drainage network. By the time you finish, someone has brought you a chair. You do not remember sitting down. General Marrow keeps one hand on the map. How many goblins did you personally observe? At once, at the largest settlement, you think of the cavern beneath Redwater, lights disappearing beyond sight. Roads, farms, buildings cut into the wall. I couldn't count them. Estimate, thousands visible. 5, possibly 10, possibly. He dislikes the answer. So your claim of hundreds of thousands is speculation. Yes, a commander across the table gives you an incredulous look. You continue before he speaks. But the map isn't. You point. Redwater wasn't the city. It was one entrance. The cavern wasn't the kingdom. It was one region. Your finger moves south. I traveled through settlements and military roads for weeks. Some of these lines continued farther than I did. Every major road had traffic. Every agricultural cavern had workers. Every military station had supplies. The master of engineers leans closer. You are certain these black lines represent underground routes. Yes. How? I walked several. That ends the question. Lady Vale has not taken her eyes from you. Finally she asks, "My brother." The chamber becomes very still. You answer plainly. Captain Vale reached the fields outside Greyhaven. She waits. He turned back for Brother Cal when a goblin rider brought him down. Lady Vale closes her eyes briefly. What happened? He ordered us toward the city. And then, you could soften it. You do not. He was surrounded. She nods once. No tears. No speech. Just a slow breath. Did he know what this was by then? Yes. Did he know someone might make it out? He made sure someone tried. Her hand rests against the edge of the table. Thank you. You continue because there are other names. Sergeant Marin, Tomas Wren, Haven, Pellin, Bren, Brother Cal, the men lost in the tunnels, those who vanished during the retreat, those whose endings you did not witness. A clerk writes every name he can. You make him stop when he begins marking uncertain men as dead. Missing. He looks up. After 3 weeks. Missing. The word comes harder than you intended. He corrects the ledger. Missing. Because you do not know. The distinction matters. When the account is finished, the council turns to the documents. Harrogate has translators better than Dunmere. Not many. Goblin writing was considered useful only for border interrogations, old inscriptions, and the occasional captured message. Tonight it becomes one of the most important languages in Valemarch. 3 scholars work side by side. One reads older Goblin dialects. Another specializes in dwarven infrastructure records. The third is a military cryptographer. who knows neither language particularly well, but understands supply tables. Together, they begin dismantling the documents. The process takes hours. You remain because every translation produces questions. A symbol you thought meant forge actually means something closer to Iron District. The distinction hardly helps. The bridge fortress is named Karak Veth in the military order. The term Orin translated as warband is more structured than expected. Not a tribe, a regiment. The Belcross force numbers 2,400 infantry, not including engineers and handlers. Someone whispers a curse. Another document contains grain allocations for 12,000 soldiers across several northern districts, not the entire army. 12,000 in one supply region. General Marrow's earlier skepticism disappears piece by piece. The master of engineers studies the dwarven overlays. This is impossible. One translator glances at him. It's on the map. I can see that. He points toward Harrowgate. The deep crownworks were sealed almost 4 centuries ago. Apparently not. They should have collapsed. You answer before anyone else. Some did. The engineer looks at you. Others were repaired by the goblins. That possibility troubles him most. Dwarven roads beneath Valemarch were not secret in the strictest sense. People knew they had existed. Mining legends referenced them. Old fortresses occasionally contained sealed stairways. Farmers found carved stone while digging wells, but the common belief was that most of the network had collapsed or flooded generations ago. The goblins did not build their kingdom from nothing. They inherited bones, then repaired them, extended them, connected forgotten roads, turned ruins into infrastructure. The master of engineers begins requesting archive maps before anyone orders him to. At the 3rd hour, a courier arrives, not from Dunmere, from Belcross. Everyone turns. The rider has changed horses twice and nearly ridden one into collapse. His dispatch reaches General Marrow. The general reads, then looks toward you. Belcross has been warned. You stand without realizing it. By whom? The general reads farther. A man claiming to be Crown Courier Orin fell reached the western watchpost yesterday afternoon. Relief arrives so strongly that you have to put one hand on the table. Alive, the general continues, severely exhausted, injured ankle, wearing stolen goblin clothing. That sounds right. A faint laugh escapes you before you can stop it. Several counselors stare. You don't explain. Marrow continues. Belcross sealed 3 abandoned mine entrances and discovered goblin scouts inside one before the main force arrived. The room erupts. Questions, numbers, disposition. The courier does not know everything. What matters is enough. Orin arrived first. Belcross knows. The goblins lost surprise. You sit again. For the first time since parting from him, you permit yourself to imagine that you may see him again. Hours later, another message arrives, this one from Dunmere. Your body becomes rigid before the seal is broken. Commander Saul still holds most of the town. The underground breach was contained after soldiers collapsed 3 cellars and flooded part of the old foundation works. Casualties are heavy. The western road has reopened. Captain Marr is alive. There is no mention of the clerk Wren by name. No certainty about tomorrow. But Dunmere stands tonight. General Marrow places the dispatch beside the Goblin map. Your warning changed this. You look at the paper. Commander Saul's people changed it. You brought him the warning. So did Greyhaven. The general does not argue. The distinction matters to you, even if it does not to history. By dawn, Harrogate has transformed. Bells ring through every district. Not alarm bells. Mobilization. Blacksmiths receive military orders. The river gates close. Engineers descend into old cellars with armed escorts. Runners carry instructions to every well-keeper. Archive clerks bring carts of dwarven survey records from beneath the citadel. Messenger hawks leave the eastern tower one after another. Mounted couriers depart south and west. Every command contains some version of the same warning. Do not trust abandoned mines. Guard water sources. Inspect old dwarven foundations. Do not pursue retreating goblins blindly underground. Assume tunnel systems extend farther than mapped. Report unfamiliar excavation immediately. Maintain alternate routes between settlements. The Crown's frontier strategy changes before breakfast. You sleep through most of it, not intentionally. Someone puts you in a small room inside the Citadel infirmary. The healer tells you to remove your boots. You sit on the bed, then wake 12 hours later with one boot still on. The room is dark. For several seconds, you do not know where you are. Stone ceiling, narrow walls, closed door. Your hand reaches for the knife. Nothing. Someone took it. Panic rises faster than thought. Then you hear city bells outside. Human bells. Harrogate. The Citadel. You lie back. Sleep again. The next several days pass in a way that feels strangely more difficult than the weeks underground. Nothing is hunting you. That is the problem. Your body has not understood yet. You wake when carts pass outside. You avoid standing near open doorways. When someone drops a metal tray in the infirmary, you are on your feet before the sound finishes. Meals arrive 3 times a day. You keep part of the bread. The first healer notices. She says nothing. The second removes the old pieces when they become stale. The third simply begins giving you extra and leaves a cloth pouch beside the plate. You appreciate her most. Your ankle improves. The cuts on your hands close. The bruise across your ribs fades. A bath is offered. You stare at the tub. Hot water, soap, clean clothes waiting nearby. The first wash turns the water nearly black. Mud, soot, old blood, fungal dust, smoke from half a dozen goblin settlements. When you finally look at your clothing afterward, you barely recognize it as belonging to a Valemarch ranger. Patches over patches, goblin cord, dwarven cloth, a stolen wool wrap, improvised ties where buckles used to be. You consider throwing it away. Instead, you ask for it to be cleaned, not because you intend to wear it again, because every repair means something. On the fourth day, Lady Vale visits. No attendants, no council robe. She brings Captain Vale's field ledger. Recovered? No, a duplicate from headquarters. She sits near the window. For a while, neither of you speaks. Then she says, Garen hated underground places. You look at her. He never mentioned that. He fell into a cellar when he was 9. That would have amused Tomas. You almost say so. Lady Vale smiles faintly. He spent 2 hours screaming until our father found him. He hid it well. He became good at that. Her attention moves toward the cleaned remains of your expedition coat, folded on the chair. He made mistakes. Yes, she seems relieved by the answer. People will make him into something cleaner. You understand. The expedition will become a story, eventually. Stories simplify. Captain Vale will either become a fool who marched into a goblin kingdom, or a hero who sacrificed himself to save Valemarch. He was neither that simple. He underestimated the enemy. He kept going when perhaps retreat should have come sooner. He also listened when evidence changed. He refused to abandon wounded men until doing so became impossible. He went back for Brother Cal. He ordered you toward Greyhaven when he could have called for help. He adapted, you say. Lady Vale nods. That sounds like him. Before leaving, she asks what you want done with Marin's sword. It has been catalogued as expedition property. You look at the weapon. Sergeant Marin pressed it into your hands in the marsh. She used herself as a false trail so you could disappear. Her family, brother in Westmere. Send it to him. Lady Vale nods. And yours. You almost ask what she means. Your equipment, recognition, payment. The crown will offer something. You have not thought that far. Later. For once, later is allowed to exist. A week after reaching Harrowgate, you return to the council chamber. This time it is daylight. Maps cover every wall. Not only goblin maps, Valemarch maps, dwarven surveys, mining records, water tables, old monastery plans. Someone has begun laying transparent tracing sheets across them, matching surface settlements with known underground structures. The result is worse than the original stolen map, because now the crown can verify it. General Marrow stands beside the central table. The southern government received your report. Vale Crown, yesterday, and they thought the population estimate was impossible. You raise an eyebrow. Marrow almost smiles. Then our engineers opened a sealed dwarven shaft beneath Eastmere and found recent goblin tool marks. He points south, far south, much farther than you traveled. Now they think your estimate is inconvenient. That is improvement. The Crown has begun mobilizing, not for invasion underground. Marrow stresses that repeatedly. No one wants another Redwater expedition at a larger scale. Instead, Valemarch is fortifying entrances, mapping, closing vulnerable tunnels, establishing underground scout units, protecting wells, moving food reserves away from known subterranean routes, sending warnings to every northern settlement. You listen, then ask the question no one wants. What are the goblins doing? Marrow looks at the military map. Still moving, Greyhaven remains isolated but standing. Dunmere holds. Belcross defeated the first assault at the western mines, largely because Orin's warning gave them nearly a full day to prepare. Other attacks have begun farther east, smaller, testing defenses, perhaps, or simply following a plan written months earlier. The war has not been prevented. That was never possible. Surprise has been damaged. That may matter more. Marrow taps the table. We need people who understand the tunnels. You know what comes next. No. He looks at you. I haven't asked. You are going to. I was. No. For 3 weeks, every choice pointed toward the surface. You are not going back beneath the earth because an officer has discovered you are useful. Not yet. Perhaps not ever. Marrow accepts it more easily than expected. Fair. You look at the maps. I'll help train them. That surprises him. Trackers. Survivors. He waits. People going underground need to understand that winning a fight can still get them killed. Marrow listens. They need cloth on their equipment. No bright metal. More water than they think. Less armor than they want. They need to know when not to use lamps. How to test unfamiliar water. How to sleep where patrols won't look. You point toward the goblin roads, and they need to stop thinking every tunnel is a battlefield. The first underground reconnaissance company is formed 2 weeks later. Not adventurers, not exterminators, scouts, miners, engineers, trackers, linguists, a healer familiar with fungal infections, 2 dwarven historians. No one enters without a mapped retreat route. No one pursues past the planned boundary. Every party carries duplicate maps. Surface teams monitor every known entrance. If one route fails, another waits. Lessons paid for by 47 people become policy. You make sure of that. Orin arrives in Harrogate near the end of the month. You are in the training yard, showing scouts how to wrap sword fittings. When someone says a courier is asking for you, you expect an officer. Instead, a familiar limping figure stands beneath the arch. Clean clothes, trimmed beard, still too thin. Orin looks at the recruits, teaching people to dress like rubbish. Quiet rubbish. Important distinction. You look at his ankle, still attached. Unfortunately, he walks over. For a moment, neither of you knows what kind of greeting fits two people who crawled under a goblin fortress together. Eventually, he offers his hand. You ignore it and pull him into a brief embrace. He laughs, then winces. Ribs. Sorry. No, you're not. His wife and daughter are alive. Belcross evacuated families west before the main goblin force arrived. Orin reached the city first. He had found a shepherd trail through the quarry hills, then convinced a watch patrol not to shoot him, despite the stolen clothing. His daughter apparently spent several minutes asking why he smelled terrible. You understand her position. He plans to remain in courier service, not underground. Never again, he says. You do not point out that both of you have said similar things before. Some promises are allowed to remain untested. Autumn reaches Harrowgate. Leaves turn copper along the river. Refugees fill parts of the southern district. Soldiers march north every day. Wagons carry timber, grain, lamp oil, medicine, and quarried stone toward the threatened towns. The kingdom knows now that changes daily life in ways large and small. Cellars are inspected. Children are warned away from abandoned mines. Old dwarven maps become valuable enough to lock inside military archives. Miners receive escorts. Roadside wells are tested every morning. People begin listening for sounds beneath floors. Some rumors grow absurd. Goblins under every bed. Goblin kings 10 feet tall. Underground dragons pulling siege engines. You correct what you can. Ignore what you cannot. The truth is frightening enough. Nearly 6 weeks after you first entered Redwater, the Crown summons a full military council in Harrowgate. Representatives arrive from Veilcrown, Greyhaven, Belcross, eastern frontier forts, dwarven engineers from the southern mountains, even 2 emissaries from independent hill clans who have fought goblins for generations. The great council chamber fills. You attend because General Marrow insists. Not as a decorated hero. Not yet. As a witness. At the center of the table lies a clean map of Valemarch. Newly made. Surface roads in brown. Rivers in blue. Settlements marked in black. Then the master of engineers brings out the document you carried for weeks beneath your shirt. The original stolen map. Its edges are creased. One corner bears blood. Another carries soot from the supply depot fire. Goblin markings crawl across the hide. Someone has added a transparent sheet over it containing translations. The 2 maps are aligned, one above the other. Valemarch on the surface, the Goblin Kingdom below. The chamber becomes silent. Dozens of tunnels converge beneath northern settlements. Several follow rivers. Others connect ancient mines. One runs beneath Greyhaven, another toward Belcross. More disappear beyond areas the Crown has verified. The southern end of the map contains routes still unexplored. No one in the room can say how far they continue. The King's military representative asks the question that has been waiting since Redwater. How many? General Marrow looks toward you. You stand. Weeks ago, Captain Vale asked almost the same question while looking at muddy tracks outside an abandoned mine. More than 20, more than 50. Then the scale kept growing until numbers stopped making sense. You place one hand on the stolen map. I don't know. No one complains about the answer now. You point toward the caverns north of Greyhaven. There are farms large enough to feed towns. Toward the river, military roads wide enough for supply columns. The forge districts, weapon production, the bridge fortress, permanent defenses, the black circles, surface entrances. Then toward the lines, beneath Valemarch itself. They have been mapping us for years. You look around the council table. Maybe longer. No one speaks. You remember the first cavern. Pale fungal light. A river carrying barges through darkness. Buildings climbing a wall, so high their lights resembled stars. At the time, 47 soldiers stood beside you. Most believed they had found an unusually large goblin settlement. Now only you stand here, but the map stands with you. So do the stolen orders, the captured route tables, the engineers' confirmations, Orin's warning from Belcross, Dunmere's breached foundations. Every clue gathered underground has finally become something heavier than one survivor's story. Evidence. The royal representative studies the map. We sent your expedition to destroy a nest. Yes, a few hundred goblins. That's what we expected. He looks at the network beneath the kingdom, and you believe this represents a unified state. You think about marching formations, farm workers, supply clerks, military signals answered across caverns, roads maintained over enormous distances, fortresses, maps, orders, a bureaucracy large enough to move armies underground without the surface understanding what was happening. They have roads, you say, farms, mines, workshops, prisons, military districts, surface outposts, commanders issuing written orders between regions. Your finger rests on the great cavern north of Redwater. They aren't scattered tribes. No one in the chamber needs the final words. You say them anyway. They built a kingdom. Outside, Harrowgate's bells mark noon. The sound carries through the windows. For once, you do not mistake it for an alarm. The Crown representative slowly sits. Military officers begin discussing troop movements. Engineers argue about which tunnels can be collapsed safely. The hill emissaries want permission to begin raids. Marrow refuses until reconnaissance improves. Someone asks about dwarven claims to the old roads. Someone else asks how much grain Greyhaven has left. The room fills with questions, hundreds of them. No single expedition will answer these. No heroic charge will solve them. The war beneath Valemarch will require maps, patience, scouts, engineers, fortified roads, guarded wells, careful decisions, and people willing to understand a world that existed beneath their feet long before they knew to fear it. You step away from the table. Your part in Redwater is finished, not because the danger has ended, because the truth escaped with you. Later that afternoon, you leave the citadel alone. No escort, no ceremony. Harrowgate is cold beneath a pale autumn sky. You walk along the river until the city walls hide the council towers. For weeks underground, you dreamed about ordinary things without realizing it. Wind against your face, clouds moving, birds, the ability to walk toward a horizon instead of a tunnel bend. You stop beside the river. Water runs south beneath the bridge. You watch it. For once, you do not need to ask whether it is poisoned. A flock of small white birds rises from the reeds. Their wings flash in sunlight. You sit on a stone beside the bank. There is nowhere you need to reach before dark. No patrol schedule to memorize. No food to steal. No crevice to sleep inside. For a little while, you allow the river to be only a river. Eventually, footsteps approach. Orin appears carrying 2 cups. He hands one to you. Hot cider. You drink. Too sweet. Excellent. He sits. Council believe you. They believe the map. Maps are easier than people. Usually. He looks north. Beyond Harrowgate, hills fade into autumn haze. Somewhere past them lies Dunmere, Greyhaven, Hollowmere, Redwater. Beneath all of it, roads continue through the dark. Orin asks, think they'll win. You consider giving him something reassuring. Instead, you look at the river. They know what they're fighting now. He nods. For the moment, that is enough. Far above, a hawk circles in the clear sky. Below, hidden beyond sight, water disappears into limestone and enters the ancient channels beneath Valemarch. The same underground world is still there. The fungal forests, the ruined dwarven halls, the black rivers, the farms, the cities, the roads crowded with soldiers. Somewhere beneath the northern mountains, Goblin commanders will already know that their surprise has failed. Plans will change. Armies will move. Entrances will close. Others will open. The war has not begun in the way. Historians will eventually describe it. There has been no declaration. No king has stood before a cheering army. No herald has read a challenge beneath a banner. It began quietly, with poisoned wells, collapsed tunnels, missing villages, tracks beside an abandoned mine. 47 people went underground because Valemarch believed a few hundred goblins were living inside a cave. One person returned carrying a map, and across that map, beneath the roads and farms, and fortified cities of the kingdom. Dozens of tunnels had already been drawn. Your extermination expedition is over. Something much larger is about to begin.